through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
All right. Peace to the family out there. Let me make sure my audio is correct. Let me make sure my audio is correct. This video is probably not even going to stay up. At least not maybe in its form. Peace to the J30 family. Oh my God. Shout out to the J30 family. Sorry we wasn't able to have the J30 party. Some people expressed that they was upset with me and whatever the case may be. I promise you, none of you at home was more upset that I did not have my online birthday party than I was. Let me say that. But it was one of the most emotional, difficult, and at the same time, pleasant and fun birthdays that I've ever had. A lot has went on this year, and I feel like I either got younger by a decade, or maybe I might have aged by 2 decades already so far in this first 6 months of this year. First 6 months of this year, I've been like reliving the last 10 years of my life, maybe longer. So it's been a very interesting year. Very interesting birthday weekend, Father's Day, birthday, and now we have the first Desire in Christ, official Independence Day. So we're celebrating the whole Desire in Christ book series, the movement, Books of the Food, Songs of the Vitamins, all of those things. We're also celebrating Dr. EnQi Day coming up very shortly here. Dr. EnQi Day is coming up this week. Dr. EnQi Day is actually next weekend, I believe. Yeah, Dr. EnQi Day is next Sunday. Is it next Sunday? Or Friday, something like that. How is it that I'm Dr. EnQi and Dr. EnQi Day? I don't know which day it's going to be. It's going to be one of those days. And then, like I said, we also have our private holidays. Those of you that have the 5125 book, you know that we also have our private holidays going on. So there is a lot going on in the moment. Shout out to my guy, Har1, right? Shout out to my guy, Har1. Oh, my goodness. Now, I got to one important thing, and then one important thing jumped out at me. So I guess God wants me to discuss this before I go into the book, right? These lovely little things. I just knocked one down. See that? I only have a few in here. I got these from Chloe. And she got a few more here, but I ain't going to show all of her joints. These metals are very important. Yeah. But apparently, my three children, or three of my children, you know, they're apparently like doing exceptionally well. You know, Osiris is I think he just broke the record in his school for the fastest. He broke a record, and then he broke his record of the fastest kid in his age group at his school ever. You know, and so that's kind of dope for us because Osiris is like the bum. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to exercise, anyway. You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to like certain other things, he's like the resident genius. But he's just taking a liking to it. I saw it. I saw him liking running. I saw him taking an interest in it since young, and you know, I encouraged his interest, but he's never been like, ain't about that getting up at a certain time, like trying to really be at. Nah, he getting ready to sleep. He getting ready to eat and go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? But he just naturally likes it, enjoys it. And of course, he's on that blue, he on that Kimmy, he on that, you know what I mean? So that's been a good thing, an amazing thing, a beautiful thing. But yeah, 2026, my soccer mom duties have gone insane, going through the roof. But we're going to get to this. This is what we're going to be getting to today. This is what we're going to be discussing. We're going to get to this. So far, this is the master edition of the Spirit Code book outside of the original text. This is the completion to the Spirit Code book. This is the book. This is the book, right? Thus far, because this is, you see that? This is the Father's Day book. This is not 27, but this is the completion of the Spirit Code. This is 24, right? 24 is how we complete the day and night cycle, right? So 24 is the master book. Not only is 24 the master book, but I thought that it would be interesting. To bring in a third party, right? And have the third party audit the book. So this is the first time that I've done anything like this, to where I have the book, right? But before releasing the book to the family to consume, I'm going to have somebody go through the book chapter by chapter and break it down and see what they get, what they don't get, blah, 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 blah. So what we did with this book, which provides more clarity, more specificity, more detail, more ease to use the book, right? For you to be able to learn or teach out of, or learn and then teach out of, right? We do the audit. And of course, obviously, we used the home team. We didn't go outside of our church to find somebody to audit our church. No. So of course, I had the first minister, right? Of course, I had the first minister break her teeth, lose her virginity on this book, right? So our first minister officially, shout out to Tika. Everybody should give Tika a round of applause. The first minister and I have officially combined, on this work. We have combined on this work. So it definitely gives a different approach, a different level of we have our own white paper, of course, that we've been building and things like that. But the scientific acumen, right? The scientific acumen, I'll say it that way. That is going to give, yeah, I appreciate that. Appreciate that for sure. Yeah. Yeah, the happy solar returns and all that. And the shout outs for Tika with her home. Yeah, listen, I need all of y'all at home to be partnering up with me and writing these books, or writing your own book, and maybe using what using your huge library of books that you already have for reference material. Duh. You know what I'm saying? Go crazy. You know what I'm saying? But this is really, really dope because she was taken off guard by the request. Like it didn't seem, it was kind of out of left field. Just put it that way. It was out of left field, right? But it was a good challenge because, as a minister, once you are a minister, just because you have your degree or certification or whatever, that don't mean the test stop. I'm gonna still put pressure on you at all times. But yeah, so she did the damn thing. And so each chapter, like if we open up the Dr. Sebi chapter, which is on page 39, right? Just as an example, if we open up to the Dr. Sebi chapter, all right, and we start going through we can't start going through. See, that's the thing. As soon as you open up the chapter, there's automatically, before you go into the chapter, there's an audit and an answer, right? Because the book begins with the question. The book begins with the question, and the audit is the answer, so to speak, right? Me having a third party going through it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else laying out what they think, what they see, blah, 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 blah. So each one starts with a why or presumed why. There's a presumed why. And then we go in. All right, this one says, this chapter expands the idea that life is fundamentally an electrostatic resonant informational phenomena. It begins by challenging the view that proteins are merely chemical molecules, arguing instead that proteins are organized electrical architectures built from amino acids with distinctly electrical properties. Because amino acids differ in charge, polarity, electron distribution, and hydrogen bonding behavior, every protein forms a unique three-dimensional landscape of electrical potential. Now, again, this audit is open in the chapter, but it's not the chapter. It's breaking down to you what you're going to get from the chapter, right? It's telling you what you're going to get from the chapter, right? Before you start the chapter. So as you go through the chapter, you should be able to grab much more out of the chapter, right? Then you get 10 questions. Now, these 10 questions that you're going to get, or group of questions, right? The group of questions you're going to get at the end of the audit is to explain, is to basically give you a Mr. Miyagi session, right? What do I mean by Mr. Miyagi session? What I mean is simple. The Mr. Miyagi session just means, like, remember when Danielson was getting frustrated? And he was like, I just want to learn karate, and you got me cleaning the yard and doing all this stuff, right? And then Mr. Miyagi was like, no, but you know how to do this and sand the floor and paint the fence and all this. And he was like surprised that he actually knew blocks and punches and all of this kind of stuff, right? Okay. Before you even get to the information of each chapter, as soon as you finish the summary or the audit, right, you're going to get 10 questions you should be able to answer after studying this material, right? So again, for example, we're in the Dr. Sebi chapter, right? So I'll give you the 10 questions that you should be able to answer after reading this chapter. Why does the chapter describe proteins as electrostatic architectures rather than merely chemical molecules, and how do amino acids determine their electrical properties, right? That one question alone, right? That one question alone. For John Q. Public, you at home, you know, you like drinking, you know, you're not as bad as Adrian Bronner, but you like drinking, right? So maybe you spend $100, $200 a week on drinking, right? Okay, cool. Right? What we want you to be able to do is measure the value of your $200 a week liquor habit, weed habit, cigarette habit, your $100 a week coffee habit. Like, we just want to be able to put you up against that. And so you start to develop a book habit, right? Spending $100 on coffee a week. Is that $100 you investing in coffee a week? That $400 you're investing in coffee a month, can that bring you a better return on knowing the answer to this one single question? Like, what would impact you more and make you a better person, more complete person? Understanding your personal body, or that coffee, or that liquor, or that Tito's, what they are, Casamigos, huh? That super weed from the Cali cartels. Yeah. Right? Question 2. How do electrostatic interactions govern protein folding, stability, molecular recognition, and biological function before chemistry occurs? Think about the answer to that question. See, these are all laid out in detail in this chapter, right? And the reason why it's important is because, again, there are a lot of levels to understanding health and information. Like, listen, when I tell y'all that it be like, look at this guy right here. Let me give y'all an example. Let me just give y'all an example of somebody that's stealing just the latest guy, you know, of the black YouTubers that is stealing, that is attempting to steal the drip, right? Let me show y'all this. Let me hit the share screen. Let's just take a look at this real quick. Oh, I can't delete that. cannot delete that. Okay, I can delete that. All right. Look at this. Literally exactly what I described on the song. And it's funny because this is how somebody sent this to me. So, you know, I put out the new song, right? You know, we got new music out, right? Obviously, we have new books, new music, right? So somebody sends me, as soon as I put it, somebody hits me. Yo, it's crazy because you talking about fake scholars that quote white and steal black. Now, if you don't know what I mean by quoting white and stealing black, I mean that a lot of these guys on the internet, they play this game. And usually it's the same guys that we'll probably find out in 10 years were government agents implanted in the community. It's a tactic. But what they do is they will try to trace the strands of your research to dead Europeans, and they will steal your intellectual property and credit it to someone else so that it looks like, you know what I'm saying? But they destroy your momentum, and hopefully they can bury whatever new information you're bringing to the people that way. And if they don't bury it, the beauty is that they will be seen as the person who's like spread this to the community, or who's teaching this, or whose doctrine it is. You understand what I'm saying? So they'll effectively be able to become the face of the momentum that you build, right? If you build it on a smaller platform and they come with a larger one. So anyway, you know, we've been talking about that for years, from Andrew Huberman and Jack Cruz stealing the stuff to all these guys, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, I just thought this was interesting that I got Bobby Price, you know, like soon as I posted the video, immediately somebody sent me a video of this guy. Now, let me see what this thing is. And he is, when I tell you he's one of the most egregious at stealing the information, oh my God, it's ridiculous. Look at this. Look at this here. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. You might as well have just said, support Dr. EnQi, support the Melanin and diet. You know what I mean? Like, support the movement. You know what I mean? Why would you? Hotep to Hotepistan. Hotep to Hotepistan. Yeah. Hotep to the Hotepers. Right? Peace. Peace, God. Peace to the family. Like, do y'all even know that peace to the family is like peace to the that's mine. So many little assets of this culture that I built and people run around with as if it just indiscriminately fell out the air. Like even Sa's original House of Consciousness with the Africa through it and it's his name and that's that logo. I made that. Yeah. Like I literally had the square and the compass out, like Benjamin Banneker, building this culture from scratch. I'm the engineer of this culture. I'm the architect, right? For better or for worse. All right. So anyway, so I'm really excited about what the first minister did, right? So shout out to Tika. Congratulations to Tika on the work. Yeah, it's a very difficult job. So anything that's wrong in the book, obviously, is my fault, right? Anything that's right in the book is God's fault. And in terms of whatever she contributed, any mistakes that she made are my fault as well, right? Because it was a tough job. Because it's not just auditing this book. It's auditing the 25 books that this comes before, the 25 books that this wraps up, right? So if you're on the journey and you just started with the Eat Real Food book and you want to know what is real food, and you just starting right there, boom, okay, there's that. And then there's volume 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you're starting to understand metabolic disease training. You're starting to see the future. We living in the future here. Now you're starting to see into the future. Metabolic disease training. What's that? Every single fitness person, every single personal trainer you know, I'm telling you what's happening. So if you don't do this with me, right, for whatever reason, time, money, or just you can't, I didn't explain what we're doing here in the right way so you can understand the importance and join the movement. And you know, like I failed at my communication. In the future, you will see the world. You will kick yourself. You will kick yourself. And because this is tied to how long you actually live on Earth, this is not something like a financial opportunity, because we have those. We have plenty of times where we're like, oh man, I should have played that number. You don't play the number, then the hit. Or somebody offer you a business thing and you don't get involved, and you see them 2-3 years later and they looking crazy, you know, like it worked out. And you're like, man, I should have jumped in with them, or I should have did this or that. Or you see something and you like, man, I should buy me some of that Microsoft, you know, stock or whatever. You know, a lot of people alive today was alive when Apple came out. And they saw it and it was like, I invested in that ridiculous, you know, like, boom, Apple. You look back and you go, this is going to sting in a different type of way because it's attached to how long you live. It's attached to how long you get to enjoy every other thing that you enjoy in life, whether that's your child, whether that's your mother, whether that's your money, whether that's God, whether that's your study, whether that's water, whatever it is. You can free the dolphins, save the you know, bring back the dinosaurs. Whatever it is you're interested in here, right? This is how the world is going. This is what it is already. The laws and everything have already changed. This is just a matter of getting it out to the people, and then whoever can learn the systems and find their places in the systems, right? So, but this is a change that's coming. Metabolic disease training. Every single trainer. Now, metabolic disease training is my name. So that name is a part of our intellectual property. I just came up with it, right? But there will be lots of other names. There'll be lots of other names. There are already schools, right? I know because I went to one so I could learn, right? And get certified and then come back. So I know there are lots of different schools. Some have already formed. Many more will be formed, because every fitness professional that's already trained has to go back for new training over the next 5 years, period. And the sooner they get it done, obviously, the better position they'll be in, but they all have to go back and get new training, because it's going to become illegal to be able to train a person with diabetes the same way you train a person that doesn't have diabetes. Period. You're not going to be able to train a person with heart disease. You're not going to be able to train a person that's obese, because there's too many lawsuits happening from internet ideas, TikTok health things, and there's a lot of stuff going on. So one thing they're realizing is, and I've been saying this forever, like I've been saying for years, stop watching these steroid guys on the internet for, you know, workout, whatever, fitness, dietary training. You already know he getting ready to eat 100 pounds of white rice and chicken breast. Like every one of them, all these bodybuilders doing the same. And people are just enamored watching a full day of eating with Buffington. A full day of eating with Buffington. And we already know what Buffington getting ready to have. He getting ready to have some oatmeal. But he going to explain it to you with mad big muscles, and you're going to believe he's smart somehow. He barely probably know how to read. But he's going to now see with the oatmeal, because when I had this oatmeal, what it does is it facilitates the ability for my muscle to expand and grow. Like, bro, we know. You're going to tell us about the oatmeal, the rice, and the chicken breast. And you're going to tell us how the oatmeal, the rice, and the chicken breast is amazing for recovery and building muscle. We heard that on every other bodybuilders full day of eating program. We got it. So we know they don't really know much about food. We just know that they're able to use food and to build something that we do, you know, worship or look at a certain way. And so it gives a special respect and credence to these diets that are not special, right? We think because the end goal, the amazing bodies they're able to dedicate, you know, and build and risk their lives even with other things. But yeah, there's just nothing special to the rice, oatmeal, chicken breast. It's just like, no, you're good. But people take that. And then people don't realize they're on drugs, they're on steroids, they're on this, they've surgery, they've done da. So even the workout plan you can't follow because their body is not like a regular human. They on a lot of different chemicals. So it's changed them. Right. And to be honest, the steroids and the peptides and those things is the only way that they can safely eat that amount of chicken breast, rice, and oatmeal. So that's another thing you got to understand. When you're watching the bodybuilders and you're seeing what they're eating, the only way they can eat those things safely is because they're on, you know, $20,000 worth of quote unquote gear, right? And now that has become more complex with the introduction of, you know, widespread peptide use to go along with the widespread steroid use. So I'm just saying, all of that contributed to what's going down the pipeline, right? So anyway, we have that in terms of metabolic disease training, all of the things that you'll need to know to be able to prepare yourself for the things coming. Food as medicine. Food as medicine. That is a infinite area of study that needs its own ology. Right? Food as medicine needs its own ology. You know, for now, I can say food as medicinology, right? That is probably the largest field that's going to grow. Problem is, that is the field that is going to produce more scammers, more doctor mistakes, that is going to be the most, that's the most promising, most potential, but that is the most dangerous and problematic area that's going to happen in health the next, I say 50 years. That's the new oil, snake oil. The new snake oil is going to be in that area. It's already popping now, but it's only going to get worse. So the snake oil selling is at such a high right now that people think it can't get any worse. It's going to get way worse. It's going to get way worse as people start to open things up. You know what I'm saying? As things start to open up. But that's going to be the area, you know, all of the body hacking and all of this kind of stuff. That's going to be where it is. But you can't do body hacking and all that if you don't know the body. Like a hacker, let's because people using these terms, I don't even like these terms. They really make me like, oh, but sometimes I'll use them just so that we're all on the same page. But I don't like hacking, the body hacking. I don't like that term. But hacking, a hacker, right? A hacker is not a slacker. Most of you are slackers pretending to be hackers, right? A hacker is somebody who knows coding and computers so well that they can take any software or any hardware and totally reverse engineer it and then rebuild it, break it down. You know, like they've mastered it totally in every way. So you can't be a body hacker unless you come in at the same level. So unless you've mastered every level of biochemistry and anatomy and quantum mechanics associated with the human body, you can't be a body hacker. You don't even meet the minimum standard of body hacking, right? And then to take that to the next level, a hacker also understands intimately what he's now introducing. Because if they're breaking down the hardware, the software, getting past security or physical firewalls or whatever, it's to extract or add something, right? So when you think about it from that perspective, then you also have to know the anatomy of what the food is, what the herb is, right? And most of you know now because you have the plant genetics book, right? And the interesting about the plant genetics book is that the plant genetics book, it teaches you a lot. But the most powerful comment that I get from people who are reading and studying the plant genetics book is, I thought I knew about plants. I thought I knew. And I'm talking about people that I look up to, college professors, people who have spent 50 years studying the soil. You know what I'm saying? Guys that there are no name for their level of expertise. You know what I'm saying? Modern day Bushmen. They're like, yo, I had no idea. I had no idea. Right. And this is just the plant genetics book. So it is a whole nother level, right, to plants. A whole nother level of plants that we haven't really tapped into. And that book takes us in detail. And it's like, okay, as we start to transition away from Kemetic naturopathy and some of those other things, the conversion, the initial conversion of energy into flesh or matter, which is, why we make sure that, like 1/137, for instance, like we have a whole song, we have music dedicates around it so we could build up the neural network so you can understand why that number is important. The relationship of an electron to a photon, right? Because that is everything. And I know it seems a little lofty for people because, and it's only because your mind has been poisoned for so long. It's only because you have had guys for 50 years poison your mind with sex and chakras and all that. You had gurus mixing up, light, mystical foolishness and esoteric garbage with some of the nomenclature in the language, the words, the terminology. So for people that are not learned in the space, it immediately triggers. And it's like, nah, I want to get to some serious studies about the body. I promise you, there is no more serious studies. The highest level of study going on today is light and magnetism in the human body. There's not as much money going into government money. There's not that much government money going into electrical study because the electrical side of the human body has been pretty mapped. It's been pretty mapped. Hasn't been shared with the public, with the population, but it's there's a 1% within the 1% that understand, but light and magnetism, it is what is being researched. That is what I'm talking about, billions and trillions, globally, trillions, period. But each big country, they got billions that they're dumping individually into the study of bioluminescence and biomagnetism. That's what it is right now, right? And we are light years ahead of that. Light years ahead of that. Light years ahead of that. To the point where I think we're coming a lot closer to the disclosure day. And when I say disclosure day, I mean our disclosure day. The day that they'll be using these books openly, like in schools. That's the disclosure day. Right? All right, so let's get to this real quick. And then we'll be right back. Let's get over here to this real quick, and then we'll be right. After these messages, we'll be right back. After these messages, we'll be right back.
Chase! 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 Push it!
Let's go, Ted! Let's go, Ted!
That's that blue magic right there.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Ted! Let's go, Ted! Let's go, Ted!
A fake-ass scholar that quotes white and steals black. 99% of these House of Conscious panel niggas quote white and steal black.
So it's cool to steal from me. You one of them. You the worst kind. You the one. You will steal from your peers to quote old dead white men. You're gonna quote old dead white men, steal from your peers, and then you're gonna be out here in these conversations and you're gonna be asking everybody to validate everything they saying with references. But they don't know that, first of all, you don't know the information. Second of all, you're looking to use the references that they're giving you to cover up the fact that you're going to actually steal their innovations and what they built up on top of that surpasses and went beyond whatever those old references from 100, 250, 60, 80, 190 years ago that y'all so obsessed with. It's almost necromancy. It's almost necromancy.
99% of these hoes conscious panel niggas quote white and still black.
Fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black.
Snitching is the same self-hate. A fake ass scholar that quotes white and still black. 99% of these houses conscious panel niggas quote white and still black.
The man got rules. I got receipts.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white and still black.
Let's compare notes.
39% of these houses of conscious panel
The
niggas.
man said stay in line.
A fake ass scholar and quotes white.
I built my own lane.
Now he mad because I'm driving.
99% of these houses conscious panel niggas quote white and still black. All your ancestors rolling over in their graves.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black.
Looking like Killer Mike, eating his way in daily Klondikes. The Democrats gave him that album. 99% of these houses conscious panel niggas quote white and still black.
Fuck that. Fuck you.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white.
Except the most talented, especially satanic atheist dick sucking wanna be Neil deGrasse finger in the ass. He pretending to be classy Tyson, pretending to 99% of these houses conscious panel niggas quote white and still black.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white
And still black.
You wearing conscious face. It's not black face. You wearing woke face. You fake. You a fraud. We see you.
Yeah. So what if I voted for Trump or trans my love? This ain't the DJ academics making Jay-Z love triangle. That's not my type of America. My type of America. Built from the floor, on your name, on your door. My type of America. No squad work, no handout, just put in work. My type of America. Big dreams, big plans. Your land, my land, this land. We learn to love or it's quicksand. We learn to love or it's quicksand. My type of America. Stand
on yours, open new roads, kick down doors, cheap snack, petite fat, low cost fried chicken, really that.
Shoot deployed. Now for DC. Target in sight.
High priced education, high priced medicine. Surrounded by starving rapists, saying let us in. And the rapist don't know he in for a thriller. Surprise, the Christian is a killer. Look, my type of America, everybody got a shot. Not everybody take it, that's the part they forgot. Whole lot of talk, few really build. Whole lot of opinions, few got skill. I came from places where the lights stay low. Still found a way, that's all I know. Rich said, keep stacking, I said, keep climbing. Kept a looked over, don't waste time. Different mindset, different route. Some buy attention, some buy the house. I'd rather own than borrow applause. Build something solid, let them study the walls. Listen, man, different plan, let's just say fuck it. Doctors gave us the diseases we stuck with, and no 1% love it. Death is amazing for they budgets. My type of America, built from the floor, on your name, on your door. My type of America, whole squad work, no handout, just put in work. My type of America, big train, big planes, your land, my land, this land. We learn to love boys quicksand. We learn to love boys quicksand. My type of America, stand on yours, open new roads, kick down doors, cheap snack, petite fat, low cost fried chicken, we need that. High priced education, high priced medicine, surrounded by starving rapists, saying let us in. And the rapist don't know he in for a thriller. Surprise, the Christian is a killer. Yeah, my type of America, ideas worth more than image, where your words still matter, and your word got a witness. Whole lot of noise, we stay focused, why they chase moments, we stayed on purpose. Funny how they laugh when it all began. Now they asking how, like it wasn't the plan. No shortcuts, no rented crowns, just another sunrise. Another round if the door stay closed. Build another entrance if they don't see it. Keep adding to the sentence, cause the scoreboard changes when the work don't stop. And the dream gets bigger than a block. Free lunch, crack sales, sack jail, shut up, build on blackmails, whackmails. The gift is a shame. I'm ready to lift up that thing. If they whisper my name, shut the fuck up, Janet. Goddamn, you keep talking and I can't stand it. You don't know what to do with facts. I'm almost 50 out here on a Supermax, looking like Brown in the draft. If you think I'm looking back, once I'm up, kiss my ass. Fuck off with a side order, duck style shit, cup loss on the loader. So back to the I broke for sure. It's a professional type shift for the promo. Bad hustlers can it's a BOGO. Sad to know, it's the logo. These don't have on them no more. See, my America had no GoPro. Get caught low with no phone. Oh no, if I gotta go, the Undertaker need a big show. Nah, pretty girls easy, like the ones that be on TV. The devil is my buddy, and God still love me. In America, Dr. York, stop and port. Been brought 100 PDFs to court. What you thought? It's America. J. Cole fake is the Glover. Drake is the GOAT. Donald is the other. Stop faking. You got millions in our cheddar. How you conscious if you ain't supporting sad letters? All backwards. I'm annoyed. How is AB richer than Floyd? It gets sick. The Jay-Z, Whack Picnic, Big Tigger, the R. Kelly, Fitbit, Ray Daniels looking like the fakest. Like he ain't really know about Clive Davis. A misogynistic sadist. That's just the latest. Story of a CEO bust to scam and allegedly. With Andrew Huberman professionally. Allegedly. Fuck America. It's my America. I love America. My America. Not perfect, but worth it. Not perfect, but worth it. God said we deserve it. You can hear your own daughter. This is beyond the surface. It's perfect. My type of America. Built from the floor. On your name, on your door. America. Whole squad work, no handouts. Just put in work. America. Big dream, big plan. Your land, my land, this land. We learn to love or it's quicksand. We learn to love or it's quicksand. America, stand on yours. Open euros, kick down doors, cheap snack, petite fat, don't cost fried chicken, we need that. High-priced education, high-priced medicine, surrounded by starving rapists saying let us in. The rapists don't know the thriller. Surprise, the Christian is a killer. America, built from the floor, be the better if we all build. America, America.
Knowledge born our law.
They're after me for those debates. Gotta run! You won't catch me!
All right. We're back. We're back. All right, so there's a lot of things with this book, right? Obviously, you can start with the color, right? The color is significant. We know salmon. I've even had some people hit me up and ask me if there's any Easter eggs relative to Solomon. You know what I'm saying? So whatever. Give me 1 second here.
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive.
Me feed you. Say, let me feed you. Don't grab me. If you grab me, I'ma bite you.
Okay. All right. So there's that, right? But the other thing, I'm not sure if you notice, is you got to read the book to dig into it. But on our way to this book cover, we went through some Basquiat covers or Basquiat inspired type covers, right? And so when you look at this, if you notice this oblong square or rectangle with me and Chloe in it, right, is a smaller label or receipt going on top of the Basquiat image or picture behind it, right? So this is another level. That's letting you know that this is another level up. This is another level from what you will find in those books. And I think those books, I'm talking maybe, like 21, 2, 3, 4, or 21, 2, and 3 rather, right? So maybe from 20 to 23 in that pocket, in that space, right? So there's a lot, right? There's a lot to it. So, but CD booklets for the albums. Listen, you don't even know what kind of headache the music is to keep going right now. It's crazy. I'm just assuming that I'm having a lot of problems. A, because of the information, and B, because I don't know what I'm doing and I'm just learning. So I'm hoping this is just a part of my learning curve. But anyway, so let's stick with the book. We had our first minister, shout out to Tika. She was able to audit the entire book. So that really makes this almost like 2 books, right? Because there's my intention, just this what I wrote, but then there's another person. It's very like intrusive, but there's another person now like speaking for me in a way. Because that's kind of what she's doing. You know what I'm saying? Like she's reading the chapter and then she's saying, what he's saying is this. You get it? You know what I'm saying? So I have to trust the process in a sense. But Tika is Haitian and she's also a medical professional. So her summaries are highly polished scientific. I'm assuming she must be planning on taking this book to her job. Yeah, she must have, yeah, she wrote this for academia. Right? But it is a really, really good layout. It is a really good layout. Big gamble for me in terms of allowing somebody to do something like that. Big gamble for her putting herself out there in that kind of way. I guess she felt like Tika's competitive with Paul and Kyle. Tika's watching Paul and Kyle. She feels a way about being the first minister. She thinks Paul or Kyle should have been the first ministers. But now that she's the first minister, she feel like she got to like prove herself, which is good. Yeah, a superimposed level, like, you know what I'm saying? Because for me, here's the thing. And that's part of the communication with the cover of the book is we get into a sciencey place with a lot of this stuff, but all of this stuff is my intimate family life. So it's difficult, you know, and this year I probably spent the least amount of time like on live because of family stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because of family issues and problems and stress and injuries and sickness. And Caleb almost died. Like that's a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like real stuff is going on. Like me hoping my son don't die in the emergency room overnight. Like, so even that is something crazy because people are seeing me posting little videos, you know, getting out there with the boys and exercising with them, even though I tell them that I need them more than they need me in that department. So really, you know, they helping me more than I'm helping them. But people see the videos and they're like, okay, so Osiris, his name is Caleb Osiris. You know, that's his first and second name. So I don't want to lose anybody and think that I have two separate sons, one named Caleb and one's name is Osiris. That is the same kid. Yeah, his mom came with the Caleb, you know, her name starts with a C. She wanted to do Caleb from the Bible. I wasn't in the Bible space at that time. I was like, nope, we're not doing that. We're doing Osiris. And so we just settled. The argument settled. Right? So Caleb and Osiris is the same person. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I almost lost my son. You know what I'm saying? That has an impact. Like that's, you know, that's having an impact on me. Like it's been a wild 6 months. You know what I'm saying? It's been a wild 6 months. So again, you know, and actually we had to have that conversation today. Probably had to get some of that into because I've got so many different things. You know what I'm saying? Like I had the wildest stuff lined up for us to talk about on Tuesday night. And literally, when I say literally, seconds before hitting the live, like I'm literally putting the stuff in my office. That's like my setup process before live. Like I start coming in here, I bring my little drink. You know what I mean? I might have a little blue magic or something, whatever. I bring my little drink, set up my room, you know what I'm saying? Get it, you know, and then, you know, 10, 15 minutes, we live, boom. As I'm doing that, literally, everything went out. Everything shut down. Boo. I said, okay, God, I get it. All right. Ain't nothing I can do. I get it. We're not going live tonight. You know what I mean? I got such a amazing. I had such an amazing weekend. I was waiting for it anyway. You know, I was waiting for it anyway. Like, I knew it was coming. You know, like your life, it goes, you know, a wave, right? And you have the crest and then you have, you know what I mean? So I knew that I had hit such a peak, a climax this weekend that it was, yeah. The drop off was going to be crazy. The drop off was going to be crazy. But all of this is an extension of my actual life and family. You know, this whole thing starts with Amber's injuries, really. You know, I mean, we had some stuff we was doing before then, me and Tony, but nothing serious. And we didn't take it serious to be like teaching or like setting myself, like none of that. Yeah, this all starts with that. You know, my heart stopping, my daughter getting run, my daughter's getting ran over by a car. So all of that's a part of the story. And I think sometimes that part of the story gets lost because things get awkward or we get picked up in the pace. So I have to spend more time off the camera than on the camera. And we forget all of this. Even when we get into the deeper aspects of the science, this is still a story about a kid from the Bronx, you know, that winds up, you know, has a tough, his own, you know, then eventually becomes, you know, figures it out. And I guess I figured out life so well at 12 or 13 that then set me on the course for the next part, you know, because a 12 or 13-year-old with his own co-op, you know, like his own crib, his own apartment, it's kind of crazy. It sounds like, oh man, you must have had a good time. I did. But then you got to live in the consequences of your actions. You know what I'm saying? So becoming a dad at 13 and having like an apartment and rent and children and all that at 13, it changes you. It changes you. The way you see the world. Obviously, you have to operate in a way so that the world sees you differently. But yeah, there's a lot to it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot to it. So try to put a little bit of that. Put a little bit of that to into the book. Try to put a little bit of that into the book in terms of people understanding the roots, because I truly feel like we're at the top of the tree. You know what I'm saying? So some folks have been with us from the roots till now. Some folks have been with us from like sprouting stage. If you've been 10, 20 plus years with me, you at the seed and the root. You seed stage and root stage. 20 years is seed stage. 10 years, root stage, right? If you've been around maybe the last 3-5 years or so, I would consider you day one sprouting stage, right? The new, after I had lost my last good pages, 50, 60K subs or whatever, starting back from that to where we at now, like we now 4,000, right? So if you was there at that 0, I would say sprouting. You missed the seed, you missed the root and all that, but you was there for us breaking ground, right? Breaking ground and sprout. Came out the seed, the roots did their thing, and they broke ground, boom. So, you know, different perspectives, different levels to how we've been building with the information. But I think now we're reaching a place where we're at a really, really high secure space, and we'll be going through this. Obviously, it's going to take us some time. It's going to take you at home 6 to 12 months to understand what I'm saying today. Because, see, I already know what's in these books. I wrote them, right? You, on the other hand, have to purchase and get the books for you to understand what I'm saying. You can't understand what I'm saying because you don't know what's in the books. You can assume, depending on how long you've been with me, right? Seed, root, sprout, right? 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, whatever. But when you go through the information yourself is when you'll see what I'm saying, right? And we're going to try to go through a good bit of it today. Oh, ain't no secrets for that, champ. Yeah, ain't no secrets for that. Ain't no secrets for that. Ain't no secrets. Ain't no secrets. I promise you. The secret is the way you was feeding your lady, Paul, in a panic, you know, because what them folks was, whatever, what they were saying. So the way you was panic nutrition shopping for your lady, now you get to say F you to your lady. No, not totally F you, but you get to downgrade her from, you know what I'm saying, like maximum red, you know, nuclear warhead level, you know what I'm saying? Now you get to downgrade her nutrition level just a little slightly, you know what I'm saying? And then prioritize yours. You know what I'm saying? But nah, you good. You know, because honestly, all you have to worry about is her. It's her, not the baby. You know what I'm saying? So like you might have to get a little massage time, start making her a little bath. So you gotta just find little ways to get the lady extra rest, because the midnight stuff is real, but it ain't real for you. Just to be honest. This is the part of the stuff that we laugh at the ladies. Like, no, don't be mad with me. You cuss out God if you want to cuss out somebody. I didn't set it up that pain, you know, the birth would be painful and all this. You got to deal with, you know, argue with Eve, your ancestor, or take it up with God. Or I'm just an innocent bystander here. I'm here to support you, babe. I just want to support you, babe. Yeah. But it's one of those things that you can laugh at or whatever the case may be. But in the middle of the night, when the baby is waking y'all up, the baby's actually not waking y'all up. It's waking her up. You are a casualty. Anybody else that gets woken up in the middle of the night from the baby crying, you're a casualty. You are not the target. The target is the one holding the breast. Who has the breast? She who has the breast is the target of the threat. So you just in danger of, you know, like, but in your support of her new schedule, the books will actually read themselves, because you'll need something to do at all these new weird hours that you'll be up with nothing to do. Yeah. So you may just be up for 2 hours between 1:30 and 3:30. It's great to have a book right there to just totally mind your business, not feed into her complaints or the baby's noise while you just if you go run and grab one of those two to bring you back. What you say? Put it down, right? Okay, yeah. And then you go back to your book. That's you minding your business. You're not really involved with that. You just have to be there to be credible. You have to go through the late nights to be credible. But technically, the secret cheat code is we not really. That's ops. That's like when you grow up in a neighborhood, it's a guarantee. At some point, 2 of your friends will become ops. And it'll be very weird for you because you the third party that don't have beef with nobody, but you pulled in. That's dad. Mom don't want to be up in the middle of the night. Baby need mom up in the middle of the night. They ops at the middle of the night. You're the friend that's cool with both the ops. So don't get yourself caught up in that. Just you stay out of that. When it comes to that, you stay in the child's place. The child is grown folk. You not grown folk in that situation. Middle of the night, you just what'd you say, babe? Okay. What the baby need? Okay, let me get that. You just facilitating, right? And if the baby come off the breast and the baby's still crying, that means the baby is good, the milk was good, but the baby's done with mom. So at that point, you put the book down, woo, throw the baby on your chest, let the baby listen to your heartbeat, and then the baby will go right to sleep. Yeah. But there are times that baby is not interested in mom, especially when you have 2 real in-house parents. When you have 2 real in-house parents, the first spoiling your baby gets is the ability to choose who they get energy and waves from, right? So babies are very energy sensitive. So sometimes they want moms and you're done. Then they want dads. And then there's a point where dad, don't touch me. Where's mom? There's a point where I don't want to touch either of you. Where's grandma? Where's my cousin or our brother or whoever? Like babies are very, you know what I'm saying? So You just got to figure it out like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, we got to get into this dad information, doc. I promise you, all the dad information comes from. In fact, I promise you that we can have scientific dad conversations in the future based on what we've done here. Because we have made tangible all of the intangibles so that we can discuss them in detail, great detail, right? And so that's a really beautiful thing. That's a really beautiful thing. So we'll have some scientific conversations that way. But we need to, because when we think of adults, we know 80% of communication is nonverbal. 20% of communication is what we, verbalize. 80% is nonverbal. With a baby, guess what? 100% of their communication is nonverbal. So that just puts a higher emphasis on what actual communication is. You need to know that. You know what I'm saying? And don't let nobody tell you not to baby talk your baby. Baby talking babies is good. Don't listen to nobody tell you that baby talking babies is not good. Baby talk your baby. Baby talk your baby until your baby corrects you. When your baby corrects you, you know you did a good job. And if you're doing a good job and your baby, if you're doing a good job parenting, your baby should be able to read somewhere around 3 years old. If your baby can't read by 3, you're not doing your job. That means you're lazy and you're waiting for other people to develop the mind and the spirit of your baby. That is the most important thing you got to do as a parent, especially a dad. Because in the early stages, mom uses so much of her energy to build the flesh of the baby. You got to feed the baby's spirit and the baby's mind. All right. So if your child's not reading by 3, you drop the ball and don't tell anybody that you are associated with me. Okay. If your baby's reading at 2, definitely tell everybody you with the crew. For real. All right. So, but yeah, so that's the time. Build up the baby's mind, the baby's spirit when the baby's, 100% communication is nonverbal. So everything. Baby talk is good. Because baby talk is not the thing. The thing is, when you're doing baby talk, the sound of your voice is a certain type of way. The rhythm is very nursery rhyme like. Without knowing, we start to do our hands and our faces a certain type of way for the baby and things like that. All of those things are good to build the baby's neural networks. But at a certain point, the baby will get, if you're doing your job, somewhere around 3 or 4, your son or your daughter will start to tell you, stop talking like that. You sound silly. Stop talking like that, daddy. You sound silly. Mommy, why are you talking so strange? You sound like a baby. Mommy, are you a baby? And y'all can have fun convos like that. And then those convos can also lead into learning, because now you can say, what kind of baby? And, oh, did you know that bears have babies? Do you think I'm a bear baby? How does a bear baby look? Do you think I'm a dog baby? How does a dog baby look? And you start building up context with fun convos like that. That is a science convo. So you start like that. Oh, do you think I'm a bear? Do you know what is a bear? What's the difference between me and a bear? And just let them answer. They might say something like, oh, well, you don't have any fur. Bears have fur, well, okay, well, what is fur for? How come we don't have any? And, you get into the topics that allow you to go into detail and implant some ideas in their mind that later you can continue to add info to, right? Because if you discuss skin and fur, you leave it there. But when you come back to that, maybe in 6 months, a year, when they grow, get a little more understanding, you can start talking about light and color of the skin, right? So now you give a conversation to the color. Like the color is not just color, right? And the skin and the fur does the same job because they have the same colors in it. And you can leave it there. Or you can add more info. You can talk about what the color is, the stuff it's made out of, what it's doing with the light. Especially when they start to say, God is light. It's very important to know that our body is built to absorb light. Our body is built to absorb God. Wait, what? Another combo. But it's good to have those types of combos with your baby.
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. Big songs don't hit cause they lyrical only. They hit cause the brain get lonely. Simple hooks loop to the nervous system, know it. Ghosted the body singing for the mouth notice. That's dopamine science, electrical timing. Prediction and reward, the whole brain chiming. Every replay deep in pathways inside them. Now the song becomes your identity wiring. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. The greatest hooks are front drivers. They compressed emotions down to one-liners. The body love patterns and repeated fixtures. That's why crowds scream songs back.
Yo, I gotta say this though. I know y'all know I'm not like into art per se, like an art person or whatever, but I do have my pictures, right? So y'all know I have the one picture with me and the whole family, right? I make sure I put these pictures in books. So if you had a book, you had the pictures, whatever the case may be. But you know that, and then y'all know there's the portraits of myself that Art Mogul painted. You know what I'm saying? So I have Dr. EnQi paintings, a bunch of them. But this is the newest Dr. EnQi painting. And I'm so ecstatic about this. This is, you see that? This is my newest addition to my portraits. And I'm loving this one. Yeah. This is Aubrey painted that. That's her daddy masterpiece per my birthday. She painted me that thing there. Yeah. That thing there. I haven't really decided what I want to call it. But I know I'm most proud of it than all my pictures, my paintings. Yeah. Because she was really trying to do something with the whole scheme, you know, especially with the colors and the, you know, the frequencies. She thought she got deep with it. She thought she got deep with it. So I thought she got deep with it too. She thought she got deep with it, and I believed her. Yeah. She thought she got deep, and I believed her. She was excited for that part. Bro, that's the only part that even really matters. I'm be honest. But yeah, this past weekend, it was super emotional because, you know, I spent this weekend with Amber, you know, and most of y'all know this whole story starts with Amber. You know what I'm saying? So I talk about that in the book a little bit too. You know what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons, again, why we have the family put on top of the Basquiat and the art. The family over the art. Family over art. You know what I'm saying? What deep. Carrying like it's a boy is kind of outdated. It was a real science back in the day because, you know, boys come with more testosterone. So typically the women will eat more and get bigger. So typically when they're really big, oh, you carry like that, that must be a boy. Nowadays, you can have that, you know, you can get a big baby just having a crazy dad like you know what I'm saying? So it might not be, we might need to redesign that phrase. It might not be you carrying like you carrying a boy. It could be you carrying that baby like it's a king or a queen. You know what I'm saying? You carrying that baby like it's a prophet in there. You carrying that baby like your life depend on it. You know what I'm saying? Because you're feeding the baby, you know, really, really good, and the mom really good. You know what I'm saying? So there's that, you know, but we got to get back to work. Come on now.
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. Big songs don't hit cause they lyrical only. They hit cause the brain get lonely. Simple hooks loop to the nervous system, know it. Ghosted the body singing for the mouth notice. That's dopamine science, electrical timing. Prediction and reward, the whole brain chiming. Every replay deep in pathways inside them. Now the song becomes your identity wiring. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic. The greatest hooks are fun drivers. They compressed emotions down to one-liners. The body love patterns and repeated fixtures. That's why crowds scream songs back like scriptures. DJ, electric grills. My favorite song give me chills. In my skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine. So I'm high, cause I'm focusing. Music is God and a go-between. A sentence is repentance. A verse to get your soul redeemed. The body hit a baseline first. Pain make the whole song work. Look the feeling till it hurt. That's why the whole world replay the verse. Heartbeat move with the drums. Nervous system go numb. Music ain't sound where I'm from. It's electrical waves through the lungs. Bass hit the rib cage, chest start shaking. Low frequencies literally move sensation. Heart sync rhythm through entrainment. Now the whole crowd breathing in synchronization. That's why arenas cross the spiritual fine line. 10,000 nervous systems on one timeline. One hook, one tempo, one guide. Music turns separate bodies to one hive. The best songs leave room in the production space. Let the listener emotionally function. Too many sounds create mental disruption, but emptiness let imagination touch it. Reverb make memories more like tuning. Vocal signatures, emotions are human. Distortion make the pain feel vivid. Imperfection make the nervous system living. Cause the body detect life through texture, not robotic perfection and pressure. Breath sound, strain, slurs and gesture. Architect, music, measure, pleasure forever. DJ, electric grills. My favorite song give me chills. In my skin, it mean I'm lit. For the song, it mean a hit. Also, I'm noticing God made dopamine, so I'm high.
Cause I'm focusing. Music is God and the go-between. A sentence is repentance. A verse will get your soul redeemed. Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Sound smooth and attractive. Postman. Okay, come on, one more time.
Feed you. Say, let me feed you. Don't grab me. If you grab me, I'ma bite you. I swear to God, if you...
Travis made darkness feel cinematic. Drake made pain sound smooth and attractive. Post made loneliness melodic and passive. Uzi made sadness feel floating in magic.
Okay. Yeah, y'all thought I was gonna put the whole song on. Go listen to it. Yeah, the music is out. Go listen to the. I want us to go into some of the book. Oh my God. Okay, here's a very important thing also in this book. So in the book, right, there's a blueprint to how to study this material. So it's not an exact answer to Paul's question. How to study with newborn. Like this, yeah, we don't have the newborn. How to study with newborn book. We don't, yeah. I think we just came up with that a little while ago on the spot, right? But what we do have is how to study and get the most out of the book. So Roman numerals. Get into your Roman numeral bag. I don't even know. Yeah. Capital L, capital L, IX, whatever that number is, right? It is in Tika's section, right? So Tika has a chapter where she is talking to you about what she's doing. 3 pages in, we collaborate on a how-to, right? When you read a chapter, write a summary, right? So this is giving you the ability to create your own audit of the other books. So when you're at home, when you read a chapter, any book, read a chapter, you write a summary of it. I promise you, if you sit down to write a summary, it doesn't even have to be one of my books. This is just how to get more out of books. But you write a summary of the chapter. You research your summary as if you're trying to prove your summary or if you're trying to debunk the main premises. So your paragraph or your summary of the chapter doesn't have to be pro. It could be against. So you could say, oh, I think EnQi is stripping. And then you could write your summary based on, explaining why you think the chapter is incorrect. And then you want to go and research your summary to make sure you got, it's got teeth, right? After that, you're going to edit it, put it together. And then you have points, right? As you're going through it, editing and shit, what you learn, now you got points. Thank you. Did y'all dry the floor? Still trying to dry it? Let's dry that floor. Oh man, did I catch myself? I think I spilled something. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right. So at each stage, there's points that's gonna stick out to you. Those points that sticks out to you, those are the things that you now can write down as a star or a bullet point for the chapter, for yourself or for whoever you're trying to teach or share the info with. So it's the same way we go, oh, you're going to learn how to answer it, or you'll learn this. You'll get those from your summary, from your research, from your re-edit, right? And then you can create your own questions, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a really good, powerful point. And we walk through from reading literally to you studying, creating your summaries, your own study guides, and then you being able to teach someone else. You being able to teach someone else, right? And then we can finally, and when I say finally, this is the one big thing that I have discussed with the children. I've discussed it even with the First Minister quite a bit. I have been starving, literally like dying, like you die slow from dehydration or just starvation of food, and you drivel up to you just you just die from. That's how I've been dying from not having Melanin is anabolic class. Oh my God. I've been having like withdrawal symptoms beyond imagine. But if y'all remember, I wrote it in the book. First of all, throughout the classes, while we were going through the classes, because I still get questions like, yo, when you coming back? I'm like, yeah, I don't realize how much I'm an assistant. You know, I think because a lot of y'all may not really believe in God or have a strong God concept, or you read the books and support, but you're not really a part of the church, you know what I'm saying? Like, but God is very, very real and active for me and in my life, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, maybe you might think I'm crazy. That's cool. But just know, I don't really have a time on everything. Like, I have plans, things I like to do, things I want to do. But that's not necessarily always what I'm going to do. And I don't have times, right? Because time is, you know, I'm waiting. But what I was saying as we was going through the material was I didn't have enough in the course, in the curriculum. You know, curriculum is very detailed, but because the curriculum is so detailed, there's a lot of supporting information and stuff that people just don't know that they need to know in order for us to circle back to fully end the course. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we had to kind of pause what we were doing. And then we came with the Melanin or water book. We came with the protein composition book, Black's Anatomy, Books of the Food, Songs of the Vitamins, and then the Spirit Code. Now, finally, that, like, because if you was studying the classes, then you know there's points in the class where I was like, yo, I'm gonna have to stop this and go write some other books, and then we got to come back because there's missing. When I'm saying that, as we're going through, that's me knowing that there's stuff missing for you to have the total picture, understand, but not knowing how many books it would take me to create all those books, or how many books that would be. Whether that, when I'm saying that, I don't know if it's I need to write 3 more books or I need to write 30 more books. I don't know at the time. I do know I need to get back to writing before we could properly complete this course in a masterful, you know, like to give it what it deserves, for people to be able to walk away what it deserves, you know. But the Spirit Code, that was the end of that, you know, because all of this coding, you know, the Spirit Code is not only about understanding genetics, it's about understanding the source of the sources. The source of the sources is our game. That's what my dad taught me when I was little. If you're going to be out there moving around, you want to be the plug. You know what I'm saying? Or at least the bare minimum, you want to work directly with the plug, right? So that's what we hear. You know what I'm saying? Getting you past middlemen, build that relationship directly with the plug, right? So that's the big thing. What is the origin of coding? How does coding translate? Because the one thing so like, for instance, a lot of people play around with the Darwin stuff, right? And even we did the Jesse show where we was laughing at them. People always ask, I've asked, it's a good question, it's provocative and it's funny, to ask atheists or Darwinists, like, can people observe evolution still happening? And what that means is not evolution in terms of change, because obviously anybody can observe change, but no, Darwin's theory of evolution, which is not change. You're beating the brakes off of atheists if you reduce them down to telling you that evolution just means change. If they say that, you won, because that's not what Darwin's theory of evolution means. Darwin's theory is radically different. It's the monkey thing and all that kind of stuff. But so you can have those conversations, but the one thing that we know is constant is the relationship with God, scientifically. That, like, we can observe that. Nobody could play with you with that. Like, oh, can we observe the light still becoming, like, the word creating the world? Can we still observe? Absolutely. We can absolutely still observe light being absorbed and crucial to all biology. As soon as you stop getting it, you start dying. So if there was a substance, like if I took the mysticalness out of God and I I would think that that would be a good proxy for that. Like whatever the substance is, if there's a substance that life has to have, or like that primary source, whatever that substance, yeah, that. So that part, right? And light, unlike some of the other things that we put associate around light that or equivocate light to, is very different, right? Because light is not really a thing. It is an illusion created by the movement of two different types of fields, electric and magnetic, right? So it is a very persistent, though, and real illusion. You know what I'm saying? It's an illusion that can kill you or give you life, right? But it's only an illusion in terms of the context in which we usually think of it. It's obviously real, but it's just not its own thing. It's a combination of things, whereas forces are typically looked at as, you know, like undividable, like this is a major force for life, but it's made of other stuff, right? So it's interesting. Light is a whole bunch of stuff that's interesting to light, right? Yeah, I'm in the hole with some folks. I'm in the hole with some folks. I'm sorry. I do want to say I'm sorry. This year has been exceptionally crazy. Like, just wild stuff. So we're working on everything, though. We shipped yesterday. Be careful with this. See this little girl on the cover? That's funny you put that there. You see this little girl, this little sweet little lady on the cover of this book? The jury is out on this lady. This little stinky lady. The jury is out on this lady. The reason why I say the jury is out on that lady is because the sonogram lied to us the whole ride. The sonogram lied to us the whole time. It said that we had one little boy in there. I actually have a whole human to tell you about that. It said we had a little boy in there the whole time. We go see the sonogram and they show us the thing and show us the penis and be like, yeah, that's his penis. It's a boy. You get the little picture with the circle on it. You get happy. We had that the whole pregnancy. You have a little boy. That was that. You know, we had 2 or 3 sonograms. You know, the regular, you know, yeah, little boy. All the way up until delivery night. Delivery night, a little foot comes out. You know what I'm saying? She stepped out. So we were scared. The whole delivery was crazy. But anyway, after they pull out the first baby who broke the bag and all that, Chloe, the girl, everybody was confused in there for a second because obviously the sonograms and everything says it's a boy. They pull out the baby. It's not a boy. It's a girl. Everybody's confused. A few minutes goes by. They getting ready to do the, you know, let's shut it down. They like, there's another baby still in here. Hold on. There's another baby still in here. We have to get this other baby out. And they pulled the other baby out. That's Caleb. So Caleb, we saw the whole sonogram. We never saw Chloe. We never saw Chloe in there. So I take sonogram. I take all this stuff with a grain of salt, man. I take all this stuff with a grain of salt. Just glad that mistake that they made, series of mistakes, because it's not only one mistake. They made the initial mistake with the sonogram saying there's no twins and there's only a boy. And so now we're moving that way for 7 or 6 or 7 months. We're moving that way. And then, you know, thank God they didn't close, you know, like they didn't send us, you know, like thank God that wasn't a home birth. Imagine if that would have been a home birth. right? A home birth, you there, your wife, boom. Imagine like we took their information and we took that and was like, okay, boom, we're gonna do a home birth. Now we don't get no doula. We stopped going to the doctor. We don't get a doula, home midwife, none of that. We just doing our own thing. We natural. Oh yeah, God said we could. Yeah, okay, cool. They would have had that first baby because that's all that they was expecting. They'd have been happy. Woo woo. It'd have been complications. The mom probably could have died and they could have lost a baby. So it's just situations like that, which is the reason why, you know, I always give pushback to people who talk about having their own babies at home. I feel like having your baby at home is a luxury. If you want to do it the right way on a budget, you need to go to the hospital. If you got money, do it at home. Do it at home. Have the home team. You know what I'm saying? Have a home team. Have an ambulance on standby. It only costs like, I think it's $500 for an ambulance on standby. You know what I'm saying? Have an ambulance on standby. Have your good doula and do your thing. That's the best way to have your baby. But if you don't have the money, hospital, they got everything there. Hospital got everything there. But if you got a good doula and an ambulance on standby, you lit. You can do way better, and it's much more spiritual. You know, it's better for the baby, you know, to have that personal experience like that. You know what I'm saying? But it shouldn't be looked at as the first option because any complication can cause your wife or child to die. Or both of them. So all pro-black, pro-conscious, anti-big pharma, whatever that is, if you fit in any of them categories, just think that as a man, you're the safest person in that scenario. But you have the highest risk factor. And you say to yourself, wait a minute, how can I be safest and the most at risk? Because your life is not at risk. The life of the woman carrying the baby and the baby, their lives are at risk. Your life is not at risk. But the reason why it's the most risk for you is because you get to be the one to stay alive with all of the guilt and the shame and the regret, right? Of how you made that decision or how you contributed to the answer of the decision that ultimately led to, you know, losing your baby mom or your baby or both. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's very important. And, you know, I've taken a lot of sugar, honey, iced tea for being in this particular holistic space, but being a voice like, nah, go to the hospital. Where everybody else was like, what? I'm like, nah, go to the hospital. If you ain't got no money to have you a dedicated doula or midwife, you know what I mean? And not your homegirl that watch YouTube videos of Dr. Sabi, so she calling herself a dude. Like, no. Certifications, paperwork, you know what I mean? Like this, how many drops you got? Like, and if they say, what's a drop? Stop talking to them immediately. That means they don't even know the lingo from their field. They're definitely not, no, yeah. So homegirl that's also been studying conscious material with you does not count as a doula or a midwife. Okay, that's not the real thing. Okay, that's just your homegirl, and y'all both been eating vegan burgers. That doesn't, because she had a few vegan burgers, she didn't have a Beyond Burger, she a doula all of a sudden. That's not safe for your baby. I just want y'all to understand that. Yeah. Man, I hope I make it to 50. That'd be dope. That'd be dope. Maybe that's why my plan wasn't whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm supposed to have a 50, whatever. But yeah, 50 would be dope. I would love to make it to 50 and celebrate it. That'd be fire. That'd be fire. But I'm gonna be honest, you know, Odin and Osborne and Helvey and Marvin and, you know, all of the people whose names are in the shout out to the chat, and you know, y'all make every day a good celebrating day for me. You know, I've had a really good, you know, if I die tonight, I'll be upset because I got babies and, you know, grandbabies and Who knows? You know, the way my family tree work, I might be a great grandpa at any moment. I got to do some investigating, right? So I, you know, I could retire my jersey and I could hang my jersey up in the stands. You know what I mean? I didn't, you know. So the goal is to be around another couple of half a centuries. I would like to get another century in. I would like to get another century. 150 would be good. But I'm very, very appreciative for every day that I have gotten so far. And the way that I've been able to spend my time working for you guys, and I don't even say raising my children, I just say daily harassing them, because that was a dream of mine as a kid, you know, to just grow up and be able to look like something that I seen on the TV. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that didn't exist in my neighborhood or my house. There was no houses, like there's no families like the Cosbys, or what was it, Ricky Schroeder, the Silver Spoon, like that didn't exist in my neighborhood. So I just wanted to have something similar to that, like not maybe the money or whatever the case may be, but just to be able to be with my children every day, because I didn't see that. So I thought that was a thing of richness, like fathers around all the time. Because even with the Cosbys, you know, it's a doctor and a lawyer. So an association I'm making with, oh man, so if you can make some money and you don't have to worry about running from the police, you can be with your children. So the reason why fathers are not with their kids is because they have to make money and run from police. This is me as a kid. I'm 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, I'm a kid trying to figure this out. I'm like, oh, so that's why dads are not around. Duh. So now I'm explaining this to other kids, breaking it down to them. Like, don't be mad. Your dad just is running from cops trying to make some money for you. It's fine. You'll figure it out. Obviously, you live and you learn a little bit, you know what I mean? Or hopefully a lot of it, right? But that was it for me. You know, like I didn't have a big super dream. My dream would just be able to hang out with the kids every day. And so y'all did that. If I die, you're gonna cry like a baby. Yeah, but you gotta remember, I technically can't die. I'm immortal already. You know what I'm saying? I'm already immortal. That's why I say I don't want to, you know, and my children don't like when I talk like that, but oh, Dad, don't talk like that. I'm like, hey, I died already. This is a thing that's constantly on my mind. You know, and with my job that I do, or my career, my occupation, or however you want to term it, I help other people to not die so fast. Some people are having more issue with that than others, right? If you have stage 3, whatever, then you're pretty close to the, you know what I mean? But everybody else is longevity, which means we're fighting it off from the, so death is a real thing in my universe. But I've already immortalized myself a zillion times over. So that's why I'm like, yeah, we're going to keep grinding and putting the books out and the songs out, but I need y'all to start with the books. I need y'all to start working on immortalizing yourself so that your mind can live on, and so that your mind can live on outside of. Think about it like this. Let's fast forward into 100 years into the future, right? Let's go 100 years into the future. I don't know what they would be considered at that point, great or whatever, but my future kids or whatever, they want to know about me. You know, they want to know about themselves, and they start looking up their greats, and they start going through like we doing, ancestry, whatever. Well, guess what? When they get back to me, if they want to know about me, right? Like many of us, we won't be around, and people won't be around. What they'll have is our social media timelines. And pretty much our social media timelines are all goofy. On top of us being goofy, like maybe getting high, getting drunk, chasing sex, you know, booties, whatever, that kind of thing, you have a lot of frivolous, silly, money, ridiculous, you know, material stuff. you have the sexual driven, but you don't have any substance really. Very, very little substance. So I'm saying, just give you an example. If my children 100 years in the future try to understand me, and they go, and I'm sure this will happen. This is going to happen. They're going to have like repositories so you could learn about your family, whatever, and go back to their history. It's going to be timeline, so you can go back and maybe even talk to that person. They already have that, where the AI can animate your info, your personal info, and speak from that pool of info. So it's not going to be that person, but it's going to be like memories of that person formulated into a live interface. It's going to be crazy. They've already got some. That's how I'm speaking to you like I've seen it in that, because I've seen it. So anyway, your timelines compressed into a you, along with, because what they're going to do is they're going to also use your resume. So your timeline will be composed a part of your synthetic mind, your synthetic you. This is making, no matter what. You don't even got to give permission, because your children in perpetuity, going backwards, unless you have some weird papers, they own your image and like your. So the state don't worry about that. So everybody will have this synthetic versions of you in the future. And because they won't have you or whatever to start, they'll take whatever they got. So if you got a college degree and say you got a college degree, you got a 4-year degree in business. Well, whatever that 4-year degree information represents, that'll go into this pool of information that is you. So all of your certifications, whether they're degrees or whether they're, or I'm certified at HVAC, or I'm all of those things, whatever that represents, will be added to this pool of information. Your social media content and how you use all of that, whatever that is, that'll be added to this pool of information, and then it'll be animated. Boom. And that'll be your personality for your children in the future. Now, for me, when that happens, I'm going to have a totally different other set of information to go into that information, right? So they're on the internet, there'll be the Ha Davis, and there'll be me looking goofy, and who knows, was EnQi drunk in that video? Was EnQi high? Like, who knows what you're looking at, right? But I'll also have some stuff to go along with that to match, to get balance, to make a real person that my mind will be in the future. Because each book is what? A piece of my mind. Like people say, yo, I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. Literally, these are pieces of my mind. Right? So we gotta do that to get into the future. We gotta do that to get into the future. And Lamar said, that's a great question. Lamar said, yeah, what is the difference between the brain and the mind? Paul, can you please, Paul or Tika or Kyle? Let me see, Paul, Tika, Kyle. And we just got the first minister arrived. Speak of the devil. Look at the first minister, people.
Peace, everyone.
Now, stop photo bombing my live stream. Shout out to the first minister. Yeah, see, I don't even know what that was. But shout out to the first minister. I want to see who's going to answer this question. That's definitely a fact. That's definitely correct. Yeah. But also what I was going to say, but I was going to go deeper and say that we have, the ministers were supposed to. Now she heard me calling for the ministers to step up, and I guess she thought that meant model in the live stream. I didn't mean step up in that way. But that was a very nice outfit. First Minister kind of look good right there. Just saying. Just saying. But I'm actually talking about this though. Yeah. See, somebody's supposed to have to come over here and go comedic naturopathy. See, that's why we got this library. So that when we go, right, when we have these questions, we can always go right to the material. I'm going to show you the material. Because we actually have, I think that's, boom. This is one. You need to have this. You need to have this. This book is on the interface between the brain and the mind. This book is on the interface, how the brain and the mind work together, how the brain works with, through, and around to facilitate the mind's functions. So everything, how memories are formed, all of that good stuff is here, right? That's book 22. Then we're going to skip all of these. I'm going to skip all of these books. Here we go. He's somewhere in the pocket right here. Boom. You're going to skip all of those books from 22. We don't finish our thought until book 59 and 60. Okay. So it might be confusing for some people. This number right here is the Comedic Naturopathy book series, right? Within this series, there's other series, right? So this right here is a small little anatomy of the human mind series within the series. So overall, book 59 and 60, but yes, inside a small pocket, like for the conversation we're having now, this is book number 1, Anatomy of the Human Mind, and book number 2, Anatomy of the Human Mind, right? And the books are not huge books, right? This is 2, right? You see on the cover, Anatomy of the Human Mind, number 2, right there. Self-organizing universal light. And then here we have Anatomy of the Human Mind, Comedic Naturopathy, workbook number 2. So Anatomy of the Human Mind, number 1, Comedic Naturopathy, workbook number 2, right? Different, right? And obviously, one of the things we talk about here is we see this anatomy, right? But this structure right here is not only in the brain, but this same exact structure, this geometry is used for the womb, for the vagina, right? So here, this is the brain. But many people, when looking at this from the distance, they immediately go to, oh, that's the uterus and the ovaries. No, it's not. This is the ventricles in the brain. This is the real goat, right? So anyway, we have those books to go deep into those specific questions, you know. And then from there, obviously, the next book, which is 61, is going to then take us a step further to the astronomy. So we see how they were able to map the astronomy and use the things that they were learning about astronomy to understand the body, the cycles, the timing, you know, blood cells, tissues, all of those things, how they were able to learn functional biochemistry and anatomy using nothing more than astronomy or studying the stars, right? So that's very important because we know that there's been a lot of conversation, biblical and modern science-wise, in terms of comparing galaxies, stars, and the human mind and neurons and some of those things. So anyway, the books are all there. right? The books are all there. And look at these books. I probably should change the price of these books. Look at this. These books is cheap too. $10. Pop. $10 for each of them books. That's crazy. That's too low. I'll tell you right now. I need to fix that. So if you don't got them, you might want to grab them before I get in there and fix that, because them shouldn't be 10. Them should not be 10. It's baby shower day today. Today is a very interesting day. Well, not only is today baby shower day, right? So shout out to Paul on his baby shower day. Today is also July 4th, Independence Day, right? Very important, very interesting. But not only is today Independence Day, which is an important day for everybody to celebrate, the concept, but it's also our first minister's birthday. So if y'all are wondering why Tika's floating around out in the streets at 10 a.m. with a full-length Louis Vuitton gown on, is because it's her birthday today. Her birthday is Independence Day, right? So happy birthday to the first minister. Happy shower, right? Happy shower to Paul. You know, my birthday the other day, right? Tuesday. Chase's birthday will be what? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Chase's birthday will be Wednesday. And then right after Chase's birthday is Dr. EnQi Day. So again, this is on the surface. In the public, we got a lot of days. In private, if you go through the 5125 book, it's more, right? It's more. That's a lot of quantum entanglement going on. Listen, that's why we're here together. It's us. Listen, no, you know what? Because we ain't get to this information yet, and we need to get to the study. So let's go through this real quick, one time for the one time. Let everybody go through the bathroom. Let's let everybody reset. Let's get our lives together, and then we're going to get to this information. We're going to get to the book, to the real stuff, what you tuned in for. So everybody, look at that. See how that just went right to where it's supposed to go immediately? Look at that. 4th of July, fireworks. Bam. Okay.
Come on, Dad!
Chase!
Come on, Dad!
Chase! Chase! Push it!
Let's go, Dad! Let's go, Dad!
That's that blue magic right there.
Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, all right. Let's go, Dad! Let's go, Dad! Let's go, Dad!
A fake-ass scholar that quotes white and steals black. 99% of these House of Conscious panel niggas quote white and steal black.
So it's cool to steal from me. You one of them. You see, you the worst kind. You the one. You will steal from your peers to quote old dead white men. You're gonna quote old dead white men, steal from your peers, and then you're gonna be out here in these conversations and you're gonna be asking everybody to validate everything they saying with references. But they don't know that, first of all, you don't know the information. Second of all, you're looking to use the references that they're giving you
to cover up the fact that you're going to actually steal their innovations and what they built up on top of that surpasses and went beyond whatever those old references from 100, 250, 60, 80, 190 years ago that y'all so obsessed with. It's almost necromancy. It's almost necromancy.
99% of these hearts conscious put on niggas quote white and still black.
Fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black.
Snitching is the same self-hate. A fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black. 99% of these houses conscious put on niggas quote white and still black. The man got rules, I got receipts. A fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black. Let's compare notes.
39% of these houses of conscious hand on it.
The man said stay in line.
A fake ass scholar and quotes white.
I built my own lane. Now he mad cause I'm driving it. 99% of these houses conscious hand on niggas quote white and still black. All your ancestors rolling over in their graves.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black.
Looking like Killer Mike, eating his way in daily Klondikes. The Democrats gave him that album. 99% of these houses conscious panel niggas quote white and still black. Fuck that. Fuck you.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white.
Except the most talented, especially satanic atheist dick sucking wanna be Neil deGrasse finger in the acid pretending to be classy Tyson pretending to 99% of these houses conscious panel niggas quote white and still black.
Fake ass scholar that quotes white
and still black.
You wearing woke face. You fake. You a fraud. We see you.
So what if I voted for Trump or trans, my lord? This ain't the DJ Academics making Jay-Z love triangle. That's not my type of America. My type of America. Built from the floor, on your name, on your door. My type of America. Whole squad work, no handout, just put in work. My type of America. Big dreams, big plans. Your land, my land, this land. We learn to love or it's quicksand. We learn to love or it's quicksand. My type of America. Stand on yours, open new roads, kick down doors. Cheap snack, petite fat, low cost fried chicken, we need that.
Shoot deployed. Now for DC. Target in sight.
High priced education, high priced medicine. Surrounded by starving rapists, saying let us in. And the rapist don't know he in for a thriller. Surprised the Christian is a killer. Look, my type of America, everybody got a shot. Not everybody take it, that's the part they forgot. Whole lot of talk, few really build. Whole lot of opinions, few got skill. I came from places where the lights stay low. Still found a way, that's all I know. Rich said, keep stacking, I said, keep climbing. Kept a look over, don't waste time. Different mindset, different route. Some by attention, some by the house. I'd rather own than borrow applause. Build something solid, let them study the walls. Listen, man, different plan, let's just say fuck it. Doctors gave us the diseases we stuck with, and no 1%ers love it. Death is amazing for they budgets. My type of America. Built from the floor, on your name, on your door. My type of America. Whole squad work, no handout, just put in work. My type of America. Big dream, big plans, your land, my land, this land. We learn to love or it's quicksand. We learn to love or it's quicksand. My type of America. Stand on yours, open new roads, kick down doors. Cheap snack, petite fat, low cost fried chicken, we need that. High priced education, high priced medicine. Surrounded by starving rapists, saying let us in. And the rapist don't know he in for a thriller. Surprised the Christian is a killer. Yeah, my type of America. Ideas worth more than image. Where your words still matter, and your word got a witness. Whole lot of noise, we stay focused. Why they chase moments? We stayed on purpose. Funny how they laugh when it all began. Now they asking how, like it wasn't the plan. No shortcuts, no rented crowns. Just another sunrise. Another round if the door stay closed. Build another entrance if they don't see it. Keep adding to the sentence, cause the scoreboard changes when the work don't stop. And the dream gets bigger than a block. Free lunch, crack sales, sack jail, cheddar build on blackmail, whack mails. The gift is a shame. I'm ready to lift up that thing. If they whisper my name, shut the fuck up, Janice. Goddamn, you keep talking and I can't stand it. You don't know what to do with facts. I'm almost 50 out here on a Supermax, looking like Brown in the draft. If you think I'm looking back, once I'm up, kiss my ass. Fuck off with a side order, duck stop, your cup lost on the low though. So back to the guy broke, professional type shift for the promo. Bad hustlers can it's a BOGO. Sad to know, it's the logo. These don't have on them no more. See, my America had no GoPro. Get caught low with no phone. Oh no, if I gotta go, the Undertaker need a big show. Nah, pretty girls easy, like the ones that be on TV. The devil is my buddy, and God still love me. In America, Dr. York, stop import. Then brought 100 PDFs to court. What you thought? It's America. J. Cole, fake is the Glover. Drake is the GOAT. Donald is the other. Stop faking. You got millions and I cheddar. How you conscious if you ain't supporting sad letters? All backwards, I'm annoyed. How is AB richer than Floyd? It gets sick. The Jay-Z, whack picnic, Big Tigger, the R. Kelly, Fitbit, Ray Daniels, looking like the fakest. Like he ain't really know about Clive Davis. A misogynistic sadist. That's just the latest. Story of a CEO buster scamming allegedly with Andrew Huberman professionally. Allegedly, fuck America. It's my America. I love America, my America. Not perfect, but worth it. Not perfect, but worth it. God said we deserve it. You can hear your own daughter. This is beyond the surface. It's perfect. My type of America. Built from the floor. On your name, on your door. America. Whole squad work, no handouts. Just put in work. America. Big dream, big plan. Your land, my land, this land. We learn to love, or it's quicksand. We learn to love, or it's quicksand. America, stand on yours. Open new roads, kick down doors. Cheap snack, petite fat. Don't cost fried chicken, we need that. High-priced education, high-priced medicine. Surrounded by starving rapists saying let us in. The rapists don't know the thriller. Surprise, the Christian is a killer. America, built from the floor. Need a better if we all do. America, America.
Knowledge born our law.
They're after me for those debates. Gotta run! You won't catch me!
Yeah, you see Jabari sneaking down the alleyway and all that. You see Jabari sneaking down the alleyway and all that. Looking crazy. Okay. Okay, let me see where I want to go. Oh, also, there's so much. There is so much. Because the entire series of information is so well, just because of the newness and the complexity, we'll say that, of the entire series, right? What I did was, so when you open up the book and you go to the table of contents, you will notice that Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chapter 6. Page 127. Chapter 6. What does that say? Start reading here.
So the book, if you look at the table of contents, it tells you to skip the whole entire book and jump immediately to page 127. Right? See that? Start reading here. Right? Skip everything. Start reading here. Or this chapter develops the idea that nutrients, herbs, proteins, and healing are fundamentally informational layers, informational systems
rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the...
Okay. All right. So page 127, start reading here, right? So obviously you have the summary, you have the questions, all of that. And then we get to the beginning of the chapter, right? The official beginning of the chapter will be on page 131, right? It says, if we start from the deepest level, the first thing to recognize is that a nutrient is not merely a substance. That's the first thing we got to deal with. To really get into some of the deeper levels of this information, do I even need that? We probably want to get rid of this, get this all cleaned up. Right, 2 hours in before we get to the whiteboard. All right. The board is officially not. You know what I probably need to do? I probably need to take these board wiping things and put them in the washing machine. Yeah, because I think this year was my midlife crisis. I think 2026 was my midlife crisis year. And what does that have to do with cleaning the whiteboard? I don't know. I felt somehow looking at this whiteboard and thinking about cleaning the slate also somehow, I don't know. Anyway, we're going to work with this. All right. Shit. All right. So that's just the first thing we got to think about. And I start writing some of these ideas when I was doing, these came from like the scrap papers when I'm doing, in the beginning was the wave, the Black's Anatomy books. I'm writing on scraps, putting to the side. That later on was going to become full-blown, concepts. But it's something we spent a really good amount of time on in the very first book, in terms of what is real food, right? So it kind of gets into that pocket because obviously real food, we're looking at nutrition dense real food and stuff like that, or nutrition dense whole foods. So it's really tough to try to get a nutrient dense diet if we don't know what a nutrient is. right? You ask a person what's a nutrient, they might say, oh, antioxidant, a vitamin, a mineral, a protein, a fat. That doesn't really tell us anything. That tells us about the envelope, right? It's like you get a package from Amazon, right? You get a package from Amazon, and, you know, this is the same thing we get in science. A nutrient is an antioxidant. It's a vitamin. It's a mineral. All of those things are packages. A mineral is a package. But what is the thing that the mineral has in it or on it that my body actually needs? Right? Like when I'm getting the vitamin A, we know that there's an arrangement of material that creates a vitamin A. We have the books, the chemistry, right? But what is it that's being conveyed? This is why I'm saying you have to remember, and that's why it's been so meticulous to walk through all these different subjects, at least to try to give a basic understanding to where we can explain some other stuff, right? This is why this is the star of the show. I've been talking about this six-sided shape for so long. Y'all don't understand. This is why I say this is possibly what they're referring to, what Solomon got in terms of wisdom. He learned about this six-sided figure, learning about the six, right? The six is what all of our life is built on, right? Starting with the carbon atom, right? Starting with the carbon atom, right? And then as an extension from there. But what we got to know is the nature of this, right? As people would look at it, say, oh, that's a hexagon. Cool. That's a hexagon. Great. But all of our societies are built on the number 6. Geometry specifically associated. Meaning, if we go into China, right, they're doing this. China's working with this, something like this. Right. And this is oversimplified because it'll be something like, you know, it'll be something like that. Right. But China's working with this. This is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a hexagram. Right. This is a hexagon. Right. When you're dealing with the Star of David, you're taking these same points and you're just extending them. Right. So as you extend, you have the 6-pointed Star of David. Right. And you make these all come to a point, and then what do you have on the outside is you build another hexagon around that, one on the inside, right? But in terms of your chemistry, this is the most important thing that there is, because before we get to pigment, there's no such thing as pigment without this 6-sided motif. This 6-sided motif, right? So you might hear benzene ring or aromatic ring, aromatic ring or benzene ring. But what it does is this is where the action happens between electrons and photons. This is where the magic is happening. So when we're bringing things into our body or out of our body, we have to realize that it's not necessarily the vitamin A that we want. What we want is the energy that the specific molecular design of vitamin A presents. And that is a stable, like a stable music note, because, well, we're in a stable universe. When you put atoms together in a certain arrangement, you have a very specific type of electricity and light and magnetism created. It's very unique. Each atom represents a unique amount of what we call light, electricity, and magnetism. Each one unique. When you put them together, that complexity is compounded. The electricity, the magnetism, the light. As you build molecules, what you're doing is building in light and electricity and magnetism. Because each piece that you add on, it's carrying those things and bringing them in, right? So there's a conversation in grade school where we discuss a blood cell. in middle school, you'd have that conversation, but you wouldn't say a blood cell. You say hemoglobin, right? That same conversation by high school, you would get deeper into the chain. Because once we go hemoglobin, now we're in scientific language, but we don't have the nuance. We're missing the relationship to myoglobin and mitochondria and, you know, electricity and some of those other things. So we'll get some more detail by the time we get to it. And I'm just parsing it out so you can see how one subject, you can get many different layers of information that could seem impressive if you don't have any. Right. So you could turn on YouTube and you can hear a Yaki or Bobby Price and they can sound like they know what they're talking about. If you are not familiar with the subject at all, if you are super familiar with the subject, then you'll be able to listen to them and see that they don't know what they're talking about, or you'll be able to hear whose material they're stealing that day. Right. Whose material they're stealing that day. You'll be able to put a name on it. Like, oh, they got that from EnQi. Oh, no. That's a remix from Dr. Africa John. No. They got that over there. Oh yeah, no. That comes from what's his name? The wolf guy. It's a white guy. He's big in the plant-based vegan universe. I read a couple of his books back in the days. Andrew Wolf or something like that. Anyway, very important. This ring, right? Because this is where the magic between light and physical matter is happening, right in this pocket. Right, which is the reason why it's important that, you know, when we talked about protein, diet, and things like that for mental health, we had to stress this because we get this in our food from our aromatic amino acids. Aromatic amino acid protein sources. Wow. Okay. I have to yell at someone. Someone's broken my door. So everything starts here. The information transfer, all of that. From our home star to our atmosphere to our plants to the soil to us. Right? Plant, soil, us, right? Because we come from the soil. Plant, soil, us. Right? So this becomes key. And it doesn't matter where your curiosity gets piqued at. If you're reading the Bible and something about Solomon's story, somehow you get into a rabbit's hole where you somehow hear, it don't matter how you got here. You here. If you get interested in organic chemistry in school and you get to the benzene ring and you get deep into the benzene ring and study of light and bioluminescence and chemiluminescence and all that, cool. That's a highly scientific road that can lead you right here. If you just deep into water and you want to learn about water and structured water and how water builds cells and all that, you have to learn sphere packing. When you learn sphere packing, you're going to learn that there are two shapes that biology uses in order to maximize potential. One is the sphere, which is the globe or, you know, sphere, right? And then this, right? So nature makes spheres, little droplets of water, and arranges them like this, right? So it doesn't matter the road. You get here and you figure out, oh, this is a real thing, right? Star of David, that's religious iconography and all this. This is a real thing. We get to this benzene ring and we get to this aromatic amino acids and we started talking about how they interact with your health and your brain and your mental health and all these stuff. So, but the reason why this is so important, and even people, you might have got here from another conversation, right? You might be one of those people that's deep interested in, you gave Osiris something?
You might be one of them people deeply interested in the food. So you out there, you're not vegan, but you know, food quality. All right, cool. If you one of them out there with the food quality, then you got to go back here anyway, right? Because this is the conversation that they having when they talking fertilizers, right? The fertilizer talk, the organic versus non-organic, that's this. Because this is the target inside the plants that the chemicals act on. So when they're putting fake chemicals and all those different things on the plants, it is a place called the QRST pathway, located in plants. Right? The QRST. So for me, dashiki and ma'at has always helped me as a mnemonic device to remember this. Dashiki and ma'at, right? Anyway, the QRST ma'at pathway in plants is how plants create aromatic amino acids. They build these rings for us. Plants build these rings. We cannot create or build these rings ourselves like plants. We need plants for this. Okay? So what fertilizer and chemicals do is they alter or destroy this pathway that produces these. So over time, as we're eating this food with these chemicals, it doesn't matter how black you are or how white you are. You're losing the ability to interact with light. You're losing the ability to interact with energy. And this is the reason why, as we're inundated with more of this stuff, right, this processed stuff, diabetes and obesity goes up, because diabetes and obesity is basically two aspects of our body's energy system. Our ability to interact with energy, light, and other forms of energy are all running through or not running, and we call the symptoms diabetes or obesity, right? So particularly on the diabetes side, if your body has problems utilizing energy, right? The obesity side is going to be your body having issues storing or retrieving stored energy, right? But it's all the same energy conversation. And so you got to know that the way your body is designed, the things that help you metabolize energy are those very same things that are being messed with by all the chemicals, Enter RFK trying to get rid of that stuff, because now we know all the old school is gone. So technically what I'm saying is rich white folks know there's no such ways to kill off the blacks or the Mexicans or whatever them ideas they came up with in the 30s and the 40s. None of that works. We're just one group of people. If you kill off some black folks, you're going to get the whites and everybody. If you target the Mexicans, you get. If we target the white, we don't work like that. Whatever you point, right? You point one finger, three fingers point back at you. So now we're in this space where we're realizing, so now it's like, oh, wow, we've been hurting us. Now we've got to fix. So now we're trying to get the chemicals and all this stuff out of our foods, because we realize that we are a group of people. The whites with the blacks, the gays with the straights, the fats with the skinnies. We're a group of people. There's nothing that we can do on this planet that hurts one group of people that will not hurt us as well. There's no, and that's from every perspective. Put yourself in the perspective of any group and think about the impact that that group could have on any other group. It's always going to be detrimental to yourself. That's the human design. The human design is that we're not perfect. So what the not perfect means is a trick. The context is flawed. We are perfectly created, but we're perfectly created as herd creatures. We're the perfect herd creature. The herd creature means you have to work in networks. You have to work in groups, right? So we're perfect. We're imperfect as individuals, but we're perfect as collective, right? So a massive trick is to convince people of individual attainment. While the people at the top know you can't get to the top on individual talent or work ethic. You can only get to the top with a team. You don't stay at the top with a team. All right. So anyway, as the plants have the Shikimai pathway attacked, their ability to produce aromatic amino acids began to mess with their ability to create enough pigment for themselves even. So you start to have what we have now, like food that had black seeds originally now has white seeds, or the actual color of the fruit or the vegetable is starting to become less, you know, it's the greens aren't so green, the reds aren't so red. Like when you taste them, the taste is going down as well. Well, that's because taste is tied to color. So taste and color goes together. Taste, color, and nutrients goes together. As the taste goes down, the nutrients goes down. Why? Because the active aromatic components goes down. This is why I was explaining to y'all, the people that's telling y'all gold sea moss is the best sea moss are devils. Don't look for understanding with them. Immediately stop buying anything they have to sell you, because you know they're about money only. Sea moss doesn't get naturally yellow. It doesn't have that. Sea mosses are naturally blues, greens, reds, purples, things like that. Browns. They turn yellow as a part of their last stage of living, as they're losing all their nutrients. The red sea moss. Get some red sea moss and don't do anything with it. Just sit it on your table or leave it outside your windowsill and watch it go through its, not outside, inside the windowsill. If it get wet, that's going to change but let it sit dry and you'll just watch it. You'll watch the purple get like reddish or bluish, and you watch it. You'll watch it break down to the yellow. And then the yellow will keep going to the white. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll be like, oh, wow, this is crazy. Right? So the color and the taste is tied to the nutrients. Why? Because color and taste and nutrients are based on this geometry. This is why taste, right, is tied to what? Smell, right? Aromatic amino acids, right? Aromatic, right? We want the food, right? We want the aroma from the food. The aroma, the reason the aroma is tied to your neurochemistry, it's the same way like when we look at a sexy woman, right? You don't understand that we are wave processing units. So you're not getting what's happening, right? Because you see the fake, you see the illusion, you see what God uses to drive your behavior, but you're not seeing God or the info. That's what I'm trying to show you, right? So the way God works, right, is you're going to see fat butt cheeks as a man. I just stick with the men for a second. You're going to see some fat butt cheeks. Same thing works for ladies, right? But or it may not be the butt cheeks, right? It may be the breasts, but it's going to be one of the two. Why is it that our drive for sexual partners is based on breasts or butts? Why? Because those are the two things that stand out immediately that can tell us how well this woman would do at making the babies. Immediately. So in our illusion view, oh, she got that booty's crazy. Ooh, she got that fat dick. In the real world, the reason we're driven to that is because the omega-3 fatty acids, right? Your body's going to store them. You know what I'm saying? So we look at the hips, the wide hips, the pelvis, the butt. Oh, great nervous system potentially, right? Big breasts, healthy breast milk. That's supposed to feed the baby the first 2 to 4 years, right? So, oh, we're going to create a genius. We're going to create a healthy, strong, stable, based on the body shape, because that's what it is. We put a seed in a woman's body, and that woman serves as that soil. That baby is going to pull everything it can out of that soil. So your job while she's pregnant and then just post-pregnant is constantly trying to replace as much stuff as in the soil, right? So baby can do what baby's doing. But again, to go back to the root, all these are tied because they all come from here.
It's the information, it's the energy, it's the waves, it's the light, right? That is the thing that the nutrient is carrying. And it's based on the architecture attached to and built around these 6-sided hexagons, which you could look at as a seed of bringing energy into the flesh or into matter, right? So everything's going to be attached to these, one way, shape, form, or fashion, right? But this is why it's at the center, because its ability to bring in the light, the electricity, and the magnetism, not gravity, right? So we even explain in the books, we went through that already, how smell works, how aromatic units, right? This is the reason why most people that eat meat, they think they like meat. They don't. They like what? Plants, because plants have this. So even when you eat meat, you got to put the plants in it, right? The spices, the seasoning, because the spice and the seasoning has this. And each different seasoning is going to bring in a different light, a different wavelength. Those wavelengths are going to translate throughout your electrical nervous system, right? As well as your quantum olfactory system into a stream of information. Now, on a very small level, again, the illusion, you get a good feeling. It tastes sweet. Great. In reality, that is a processing happening, releasing neuromelanin, right? That's the dopamine pathway, the reward pathway, getting active because you're now coming in with that sugar. You're now coming in with that energy. You're now coming in with something your body likes, and it's something positive, pro-life, pro-longevity. Your body wants you to repeat it. Corporations learn these processes, and they mimic the processes and deviate the body from God's plan or the natural plan somewhere else, and that's where your health fails. Meaning, because how your body's designed, the dopamine and the sugar and all that in the center of the brain driving your behavior, I can now stop giving you natural sugars, because all natural sugars are loaded with this. When you eat fruit, you can't even eat the fruit to get to the sugar without this. So this is the sugar is the reward with this. The sugar is packed into all the nutrients. Well, corporation, I'm going to strip and get rid of all these pigments and nutrients and all that and just leave the sugar here. So now you're going to get this sugar that has no information attached to it, no connection attached to it. So your body's not going to be able to process properly, because guess what? Remember, the energy is also information. Nutrients is information. We just keep getting caught up in the thing carrying the information and not spending enough time on learning what the information is that thing is carrying. What is the information that vitamin D is carrying? We know it's information from a very specific wavelength. UVB light translates information into cortisol. The cortisol that receives that information now takes that new information to other areas of the body and creates new messages. And so each time it's like a message game. The UVB hits, the cholesterol grabs it and carries the information from the UVB. Now, I got it. The UVB told the cholesterol something. Cholesterol like, okay, I got it. Boom. Now, we, in the illusion, in the sheet music, we're tracking the UVB to the cholesterol, and then the cholesterol is going to move around. Eventually, it's going to hit the liver or the kidney, and the liver or the kidney is going to take the info and then turn it into something else that we consider to be active vitamin D. But that new thing it turns it into is still not the thing. It's the thing, it's a new envelope. So the UVB comes pure, no envelope. It's just raw information. Raw data, raw power, raw information. Your cholesterol captures that. Now the cholesterol is the envelope for that info. Now the cholesterol is going to move through. And when it gets to the center in your body for that info, now that info is going to be grabbed and repackaged again and distributed out to the body.
So now that info that got to the kidney can now take that, break that down, package that up way smaller, and send that out everywhere. Or the liver can break that down, package it up way smaller, and send it out everywhere. And when we have conversations, we talk about vitamin D. Vitamin D does this, vitamin D does that. And then we talk about comparisons. Oh, natural vitamin D versus synthetic vitamin D is doing this and doing that. We're still missing the point. The thing that we're talking, the dehydroxyl, the cholecalcifer, that is an envelope carrying something that we never discuss. That thing it's carrying is the thing. That's the thing. That's where the money's at. That's where the money's at. That's why politics looks so crazy right now. You can't understand what's happening if you don't know this kind of stuff. I swear to you, real politics is not going to make any sense, because the stuff they're saying and doing is because no one's saying these things. But this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. This is why you control resources. This is why this is what the name of the game is, right? So this is why you see Trump in power, right? Well, nobody's still focused on the fact that Trump is in power because Trump's uncle bought all of Tesla's copyrighted material. I think y'all need to understand. Y'all need to really lock that in. Do y'all understand what the hell we were living in? Trump's uncle got all of Tesla's work. Okay. Now we're in power. We have the knowledge. Now I get on the global stage and then I grab Elon. Boom. And now it's Trump and Elon. So now I have the world's craziest tech. And I got the engineer, my partner. So what do y'all really think Elon and Trump do? And what did they do? They got right together and they start working on plans for other planets and move. Now we know other planets. That means they messing around with other countries. Just in case you didn't know. Okay, they not. When they telling you they build another planet and all this, they messing around with some other, yeah. So I'm almost certain that what we're doing under the guise of another planet, blah, 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 is trying to figure out how to catch China and stop them from being. China's the new Russia. China's the next global power that has intention of stepping on America. So that's the thing. I know some of y'all don't want to deal with that. That is a thing, right? So anyway, man. Wow. That's crazy. See, that's why, that's the reason right there. And we actually have a paper, we have a book, we actually have a couple of books dedicated to visceral fat. And we're going to circle back around to them as a part of what we're getting ready to do with the melanin, this anabolic stuff and all that. You'll see as you get in the books. It's all of, a lot of the stuff I'm saying, the people that are buying the books that are still up to date, they know this already because this is in the books. This is book 24. This is book 25, rather, actually, right? And we haven't really went in depth in the book. So the people that have the books know what's in the books. Everybody else is like, you're right. Yo, son, you gotta break that down, son. All right, so if we go to page, let's go to page 49, because this is kind of where we were right at, right? Amino acids, therefore, are not simply molecular building blocks. They are electrical components. Lysine, arginine, glutamate, aspartate, histidine, and other amino acids contribute unique charge characteristics to the final protein. So we go deep into this. Of course, y'all know this is where Dr. Sebi almost destroyed Black people forever. Right? That's probably his biggest blunder of all time, saying that there's no such thing as protein or melanin. He gave us so much that you just got to get over that. Okay, that was a huge blunder. But this is why we here, right? And hopefully somebody's gonna comb through all these books, find our blunders and mistakes in another 20, 30, 40 years, and you know, take that time on another journey, right? But anyway, come on down, because we talk about how proteins are constructed, how they're built, but also what I want to talk about, spend most of the time on, is the electrical nature of proteins, because we talk about collagen being piezoelectric, but I don't think that people can understand piezoelectricity if they don't understand the network of the, like, what happens. I've said it a zillion times. You put pressure, it produces electricity. So now your pressure becomes cold, right? Repeated, it's a cycle of electrical output. But where is the electrical output going? Where is the code being read? What's it turning into, right? What's it made of? See, we have to answer all those questions as well, right? So we start to look at that, the electrical nature of protein. And we get to page 49 and we start breaking it down deeper. Now imagine what happens when vibration enters a system like this. A complex crystal lattice system that is piezoelectric. So every pressure creates more electricity, and every electricity creates more pressure. A vibration is not simply moving matter. A vibration is changing distance. Changing distance changes electrostatic force. Electrostatic force, to simplify, is when we get into field language. Field is a feeling. A feeling is a field, right? That's why feelings and emotions, it's all field behavior. Field behavior. We have to get to that space. Field behavior. Right? The behavior of electric fields and magnetic fields, if we don't discuss nothing else. Right? But that is what electrostatic force could be simplified to. The effect that a field has on people, places, things, whatever, you know, in whatever proximity to that field, right? So like, say, for instance, the noise of a baseball stadium is a field, right? Just the noise, the soundscape, the landscape that the sound is trapped. So how close I am to the field or how far is going to affect how that sound hits me, right? Simple version, right? Same thing. So a pressure wave moves through water. Water transmits that force, right? That's going to tell us something. That is information. That magnetic force, that movement, that vibration, what we get from that tells us about it. That's why we have systems about, not that good, but we have them to warn us of a water tidal wave or this or that, right? Electrical relationships change. The molecule behaves differently, right? Why does a moving molecule behave differently than a still molecule? Well, because when something is moving, it is now in the on stage versus off. On versus off, right? It's a different way to look at it versus life versus death. On versus off, right? You can go to an energy space and you can go potential energy, which would be off. Kinetic energy, which is on, right? So a thing not moving because it is composed of matter, which is composed of locked in energy, right? Releasing or moving that matter requires energy, but then releases. So you can multiply energy depending on what type of leverage you apply in the situation. So anyway, interesting that some of the things in these physics, quantum mechanics conversations, some of these terms you'll also find in the health space or in the money space. Leverage, right? Yeah, because the only real value is you. Anyway, so if a molecule changes, a cell changes, a tissue changes, an organism changes, movement, exercise, do a push-up. The transition from sound to biology suddenly becomes understandable. So now the way I'm walking through is how the book says, right? You'll see in the books, we're going in our paragraph, but then you'll see like conversations like this. I'm trying to put those in the books because people, if y'all notice over the years, I changed what I'm doing, right? When I first started writing, I was like, no, I'm going to be like on some comedic, so I'm going to use mostly pictures. I think the pictures can say everything I'm trying to say. I got big books with mostly pictures, a lot of not much words. Then people got mad, yo, man, no, you, all right. Got rid of the pictures, all words. Yo, bro. So you're not proven. Even with the picture, you ain't proven. Okay. Mostly scientific journal articles now. This is what you want? Okay, this is what we'll do. Oh, there's too much. So I try to change it to make it easy, whatever the people, So the last year or so, one of the comments I've been getting is when we have the conversation, what's in the book becomes more simple. So what I'm trying to do now is incorporate more conversation in the book, right? And usually the conversation is usually all conversation, but that's kind of how I write. I write like I'm talking to myself. So it's insane. The first version, like you see what it looks like in a scrap paper or notebook is, but then later I try to put it into a format that makes sense or makes it look like a real person's writing that cares about writing. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't. It's just about it's just about putting information in an envelope and then sending the nutrients so you can grab the nutrient and metabolize the, But we walk through incredibly detailed. Most people imagine cells floating independently inside the body. The reality is closer to a city connected by roads, bridges, cables, tunnels, and communication networks. The extracellular matrix forms an immense interconnected architecture surrounding cells. Much of this architecture consists of collagen, glycoproteins, proteoglycans, and water. This matrix is mechanically continuous. It is electrically active, meaning almost everything in there is piezoelectric. So every biochemical reaction is a release and a conversion of things. So everything. So this is why it was so important for me to stress to you that we have non-essential amino acids, and the non-essential amino acids are being produced by sugar metabolism. So as your body's using energy, the garbage, the waste from the using energy and the metabolism of breaking it down now becomes the structures that are required to move and function and do the metabolism. So the metabolism builds the structure, which builds the metabolism, which feeds the structure. You see what I'm saying? A snake consuming its own tail, right? So the matrix is mechanically continuous. It is electrically active. It's piezoelectric and capable of transmitting force. Think a guitar string. The bridge transmits the vibration. The body of the guitar distributes the vibration. The air carries the vibration. Wait a minute. The air carries the vibration. So when I breathe, there's something else I'm getting. Okay. Anyway, we walk this all the way down through every single part of every chapter. Every chapter in this book is explained in detail 5 to 10 different ways, from the most sciencey to the most simplified.
like me just talking with you at the barbershop or talking to one of my kids. And listen, I'm telling you, these people are not educated. That's what the thing is. Floyd Mayweather just exposed that. These people is not educated. That's why he would say that. You like, why would he say that? They're not educated. Floyd Mayweather, if you have a product, you could pay Floyd Mayweather. Floyd charges anywhere from $100,000 to $1 million to say, use this product, people. It's amazing. I love it. I use it every day. He charges $100,000 to $1 million to do that. When we see that, we're thinking that with his expertise as a boxer, as a person that works out a lot, he's telling us based on that's that. No, he don't even know what's in that or what that is. He just gave that. They just gave him that. They're like, yo, Floyd, tell us this. And he like, all right, what is this thing? What do we call it? Zyco? Okay, great. Yeah, this Zyco is so amazing. It allows me to beat all of my competition and build my muscles, and it's amazing recovery. Yeah, you guys got to have this because of the cash check walk off. He don't know if there's water in the bottle. He don't know if it's dog piss. He don't know if it worked. If you break out into hives after, he don't know what that is. He got his check. These guys are no different. You think Wallow and Gilly? You think Gilly and Wallow? When that liquor company, when that liquor brand hit Gillo on Wally, hit Wallow and Gilly to do their sponsorship, you think they said, hold up, let's go buy a bottle of that liquor and test it and see how good it is. And let's see if it's good, better for your liver. They ain't do none of that before they signed their deal. Folks like, we want to sponsor you. Yes. Thank God I got a sponsor. Your sponsor is Liquid Death, and they're doing like witch rituals on, like you don't know what your sponsor. You just saying and doing, like so. These people that we think is experts online, like the reason is they don't know anything. So that's why that's how that goes. Damon Johns don't know nothing, and we don't even know that that's Damon Johns' real doctor. We just know that that's a doctor that they've made an agreement where they can come out in the public and say whatever. But the thing we know about Damon Johns is he's constantly making and breaking new businesses. So that's 100% promo and plug operated, if you ask me. You see what I'm saying? You have to have this information. You got to have this information so that you're not able to be trapped and misled in a certain type of way. Right? So now let's go deeper. The body is itself not one instrument.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles ride.
Okay. Man, I had to put that light down. So I hope y'all can still see a little bit. I had my normal big light. The heat wave with that, there's no amount of AC or anything that can do anything with these big lights. It's just not impossible. Wait, can y'all see this one over here? No, I can't really see it. Okay. But the light is itself this size. Let me show y'all the size. Oh, you can't see if I turn it off. I have two of these. So there's one that's always on me. Right? Over there, not so bad. So I can leave that on a little bit, rock out. Right? But then there's one right there that's behind the camera. That's boom. heat waving that, it's not going to work. It's definitely getting crazier. It's definitely getting crazier. So this is, again, why we have to have this understanding, right? The body itself is not one instrument. The body is an orchestra of oscillators. Okay, so now here's another level to where music is coming in, right? Because what are we talking about? What are we talking about? What we're saying is that movement is what generates electricity in life, which is why movement is so important. Movement generates electricity. Electricity generates magnetism and light, right? See, these are the Kemetic concepts, which is why they don't have a concept of death. Because if it's moving, it's alive. When it has stopped, the thing inside it that makes it move has left, and it is now somewhere else, because they understand that the body is an envelope for something. While the body is moving, it's an envelope for something. There's something in there that allows me to do this, right? There's something that allows me to do that. That thing has to be somewhere, right? So it can be here for the time, trapped in here, locked in here, right? And then it can escape. All right. So there's a key role of movement, right? Which we know in elementary school, we talk about friction. Friction. Movement. Friction. Static electricity. Well, guess what? I learned that static electricity was one of those words. Right? The static electricity was actually triboelectricity. And triboelectricity sounds very close to tribal electricity. So I thought this was interesting that triboelectricity is the actual original form of static electricity, bioelectricity generated before they even had the words for electron or electricity. Remember, the very first term is amber, right? Which is where I got the name when I named Amber. So I must have already knew that Amber was going to send me on this journey because I named her Amber as for electricity, right? That's why I named her Amber, right? So here, movement, friction. Movement, friction. When does movement become friction? Movement becomes friction when there's resistance. So now you bring all these other terms in. Once you start adding in words like resistance, right, we're going to have to bring in, you know, ohms and current and all these other stuff. And you realize friction, resistance. Now we have flow of electricity. Now we have magnetic moments, magnetic fields. Now we have electric fields and magnetic fields interacting, creating light at 90-degree angles, right? You say, EnQi, we don't care if you hot. You is too black. It is a fact. I am. It is a fact. It is a fact. It is a fact. Fact. It is a fact. All right. All right. Now, when we think about this, we're bringing this importance into oscillation, right? There's so much information in here, I can't even move, right? So we're here with oscillation, oscillate. Oscillate. Oscillate is pattern, right? Because it's back and forth. It's repetition, right? Oscillate. To do and do again. To do, undo, redo, right? And did, and does, and was, right? That's oscillation. Oscillation is the magic of crystals, right? It's what makes crystals magic, right? Now you have communication. right? Because when we have a piezoelectric structure, isolation, right? Oscillation rather, movement is going to create what? Pressure waves that will turn into electrical. If those movements are repeated, the electrical pulses that come from that material are repeated. So now you have a message, right? Now you have a message. Oscillate. Very important, right? Very important. The geometry has to fit. Charge distribution has to fit. Energetic properties, the relationships, right? So if you think about a herb is not a single molecule. This is why I be laughing at, like, if y'all not on, like, this is where we take this into the herbs. We go, this I could have called this plant genetics too. I could have called this book Plant Genetics Part 2. Because we take the music, the science of oscillation, vibration, friction. This is music. In case you don't understand, oscillation, movement, friction, organized vibration to translate into harmony or creating harmony. That's music. That's geometry. That's math. That's arithmetic. So when we start to look at plants, for instance, peppermint, right? Ginseng, rhodiola, all these things. It is millions of individual parts coming together to create a unique thing. So this is why I say, if you're getting a plant like moringa supposed to be from North Africa. If your moringa grown in California, it's cool. It might be good for you still. It could be very nutritious. It could be better than the moringa from Africa. But it's not the moringa from Africa and shouldn't even be called moringa. Shouldn't even be called moringa. If it doesn't come from that place, that means all the things are different in it. It may look like it, but everything in it is different, which means that the nutrient profile, the envelope is going to be different. So the things that's in it is going to be different. It may give you some good stuff. It just may not give you what you were looking for, because your list of benefits, your reasons to purchase are based on, herbal salesmen creating a little walkthrough of, oh, moringa has more iron than this one. And so you're thinking that, and it's like, no, that list is good, but that list only applies to moringa grown in North Africa. So moringa grown in North Africa has that vitamin profile. But I don't know that moringa grown around the corner. Look, moringa grown at your neighborhood don't have, like, that ain't how that go. Bro, listen. And this is what I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you that the white homie sounds like a maniac. He sounds like an idiot. But I promise you, he's not. That statement's not that ridiculous. That statement's not that ridiculous. I'm not gonna say activated. The activated is where it sounds a little crazy, but there's a different set of chemistry that takes place. There's a transmission. There's a final transmission of data that happens. There's a final song. There's a final song, if that's what we're talking about, the transition. And so that's where, so back in the days, when we talk about the seed and root followings, it's probably for the root and the seed followings. But I spent a lot of time, I don't know, this was in the early 2000s, 2010, somewhere 2000s to 2010 era. I spent a lot of time researching the evolution of cells
And I was trying to figure out the difference, like why our red blood cells, why it seems like we have 2 cell lines in us, right? So we have like the more archaic bacterial line, which is our red blood cells. And then we have the more advanced complex cell lines, which are like the rest of the cells that make up our body, right? Because red blood cells don't have like a nucleus and all that like a regular cell does. Red blood cell is much more built like a bacteria cell, the old archaic first ones that populated Earth. So that automatically piqued my interest. You know what I'm saying? So I'm deep with all that, or deep going down the rabbit hole looking into all that, or whatever the case may be. But at some point I stumble onto this other type of thing, and it's called a bacteriophage, right? A bacteriophage is another type of thing, right? It's like trying to explain to people, sure, you can drink a Zico and have a great experience, or you can get one of these child electrolyte drinks, and you know, it might do better for you and save you $2, right? But it's just something different, right? So that we can put this, at least have a working understanding of the timeline, right? So bacteriophages enter the story, and they're seen as like the OGs. Bacteriophages are like the OGs of all bacteria and viruses. They like, so there's like this whole class of organisms that are responsible for how all life is run and maintained, that it was like nobody was mentioning. So I thought that was crazy. And they look like little rocket ships. So it's almost like this, the alien story could be true if we're willing to think that the aliens could be like super microscopic. I might go along with that story. Because bacteriophages, that's my story. I was like, yo, bacteriophages look like little tiny rocket ships. Yeah. Who told us that size scale? Like, who told us that things had to be our size? Like, we need things to be our size to make sense for us. We need aliens from other planets to roughly be our size, so that roughly their ships and everything are roughly the same size as ours, so we can make movies where we roughly fight them off. But if they're so small, our eyes can't see them, or translucent because their cells don't have to aggregate. You know, like there's so many other things. Anyway, I got deep into the bacteriophage universe and, you know, found out that bacteriophages are still in your body. And you do have a migration, an exodus, if you will, from your body when you transition. And it is the bacteriophages and some other little guys in there that is spreading your genetic information into the environment. And that's how now your genetic material becomes a part of horizontal gene transfer. So it's a thing that happens in all living, you know, it's a part of the breakdown. The releasing the information that your life, your body has, you know, all that, the energy, the information, the resources got to go back to the, you know, it's got to come back to the collective. So horizontal gene transfer is the process of how biological information circulates in a space between all the organisms. Right. And so disease is there, but they don't talk to you about the other side, because that's your potential to be great. See, that's why you got to get these books. The other side, right? What's the other side, Doc? Well, if an animal DNA could cause me to be sick, right? That means the animal DNA is trying to replicate with mine, or is not trying, is doing it, right? And so now I got all these sick cells from the bacteria, the virus doing this thing, copying whatever, right? We know the virus come in. If it's an RNA virus, when the copies are made, they're slightly different. If it's a DNA virus, when the copies are made, they're always the same, which is why it's easier to create a way to fight a DNA virus, because it's the same action every time. Whereas RNA virus, you know, pesky, because you're never facing the exact same, you know, it's crafty. It learns very fast, right? But you know, this genetic information thing is the genetic information thing is the thing that is really like, so Darwin, this, that, viruses, disease, all of these things are part of this conversation, right? So this is why I'm saying some people, they asked me over the last month or so, yo, you stopped teaching health because you're talking about this or that. I'm like, no, but your question is telling me that your understanding is limited. You've been listening to too many herbal salesmen. The herbal salesmen don't teach health. Yaki don't teach health. Bobby Price don't teach health. KT, the arch degree, they don't teach health information. They teach you sales pitches of whatever they're selling you. So you could go to KT's page. He's not talking about health in general. He's talking about the honey that he could sell you to put on your eye. You know what I'm saying? He's going to do a video of that, right? It's not a general video for you to learn about the eye or the honey. He's going to tell you about what you can purchase. You know what I'm saying? Like same with Yaki. So it's not, when you go to these platforms, you are learning good information sometimes. I'm not saying all the information is bad, but I'm saying it's skewed and it's small. It obfuscates the greater information because it's just about, here, learn this so you can learn why you need to purchase this from me, as opposed to learn this information. And it could be consuming, because I'm saying buy something from me. No, but what I'm saying is buy something from me that's going to open your eyes to everything, as opposed to me trying to keep your eyes as closed as possible to get you to buy a thing. No, here, let me open your eyes up. And then after your eyes are open, I also have a few things that you may want to get, or you can go somewhere else. But now your mind is here. So whatever decision you make, now you know how to make good decisions. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we push books. Yeah, we got herbs and all them items, but that's not. I don't want to sell products to dummies. I don't want to sell products to dummies. Dummies don't know what they're doing. Dummies don't know what they're doing. People get injured playing with pillows. I don't want to work with dummies, respectfully. So what I do, information. I want you to learn some stuff first. Don't you buy nothing and start eating nothing. No, let's get some learning. Learning starts to happen. Then you're ready to go into some other stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's important to get this, because this is everything. And it's everywhere. And the reason why certain things don't make sense when everything should make sense is because we're missing foundational pieces. Literally, you're dumb, deaf, and blind. If you can't see, can't hear, you don't know that you're in a sea of energy. You're just like a fish. That's another reason. Look, the pink. For me, it's pink, right? For me, it's pink. It's that Georgia peach color, right? Because this is my Georgia peach. Yes, this is my first baby I had in Georgia. Well, twin anyway. My first twin from Georgia. Right? That's really my first baby. All the rest of my babies, New York babies. Right? But also, right? Our fishies. Our fishies. When we think fish, if I say everybody name the first fish to come to your mind, and you name it in the chat, everybody say something different. If I say name the first fish that comes to your mind for brain health, it's only one thing. You see how that is? It's only one thing. You trained already. You didn't even know it. You don't realize brainwashing, right? Let's think. Let's take a quick. Let me ask y'all a quick question. Quick question. I want y'all to answer this in the chat. Everybody, if I asked you this question before, don't answer it. But if I never asked you this question before, I want you to answer this question. People ask me this question. I think it's so ridiculous. Well, not exactly, but I'll circle around. Anyway, I need a few people. Give me your top 3 artists. I need your top 3 artists all time, no matter what the musical genre is. Your top 3 could be Michael Jackson, Mozart, and Biggie. Your top 3 could be Imhotep. I don't know. It's whatever. Your homeboy from around the corner and Kanye. I want to know your top 3 artists of all time. In fact, it don't even got to be confined to music. You could define artists as art. You can say, Basquiat or whatever. The top 3 artists. Come on. I want to see them. Start typing, family. If y'all cannot type these answers in the chat, I have to assume that y'all have reached the full. Your attention span cannot take any more of this. And it's time to go. Oh man, I had my hand on the red button. We was about to shut this stream down. I was right on the red button. Like they making burgers and French fries. They making burgers, French fries, maybe asparagus or something. It's a cookout happening over here. So y'all better stop playing. Okay, so we got a few. So we got Stevie Wonder, Rakim, and Khalil Gibran. That's a wild 3 right there. That's tough right there. That's kind of tough right there. That's a hell of a 3 right there. MJ, Drake, and Kanye. Okay, Kev, you cheated. You cheated. That's unbeatable. That's crazy right there. But here's the thing. Let me get back to reality. See, I just slipped right into the hood barbershop, Nick. Back to the main question. The reason why I'm asking y'all this question. Now that everybody has thrown their top 3 artists in there, here's the question. Did you see your top 3 artists perform live? Now that y'all putting these people in there, Stevie Wonder, Rakim, Khalil Gibran, because Rakim was back in the day. So were you going to Rakim shows? Like, did you go to any Rakim concerts for him to be your favorite? Oh, that's a great one right there. Lamar said Lamar got 2 of these. Man, he got Dr. John Henry Clark and James Brown. And I'm almost certain boom. You see that? No. We have not seen these people. Right? We have not seen these people. But why is it? Let me ask y'all a question. Why is it that people are asking me, yo, your songs are good. We love these songs, but how are we going to see you perform it? And I'm like, why do you think you need to see me perform the song in order for you to enjoy the song? And they like, well, because you're supposed to, right? Like if you was a real artist, you'd have a show and we'd come to the show and like, whoa, wow, wait a minute. A real artist requires a show? No. See, all that's brainwash. And it wasn't no concert shows required for you to. Music is for you to live to. See, this is another understanding. When we start to understand that your body is designed on this architecture, you understand that music is more important for your body to have daily than calcium. Music more important than iron. You just don't understand, because when I say music, we're not thinking of harmonious. We're not thinking of harmonious vibration and electrical coding and things like that. We're thinking like drill or like classical or country. That it's levels to music, right? We're talking about harmonious sound. We're not necessarily talking about what Britney Spears do. right? It's a broader but more important way to view music, right? So music is to live to. The commercialization, the bastardization even of what music is. This is why Muslims, like when I was going back and forth with Zip with the Drip, there really was no back and forth. He's a 100% fraud. You can't be a Muslim and a rapper. You can't be a Muslim and a drill rapper or a gangster rapper. That's not possible. You cannot do it. It goes against God. Because as a Muslim, you only can use music for God. Same like a Christian. You can only use music to glorify God. At any time that you use music to do anything outside of glorifying God and his blueprint, you have went against your religious, Jewish people too. Same all the way back in Kemet for all of the fake atheic, I'm going to say atheic because they're not real atheists. Atheic, Kemetic, people trying to find an excuse not to have a God concept. So they just go back. No, but back in Kemet. Oh. Forget about going back to Kemet. If you atheic, you don't want to go back to Kemet because Kemet, we more gods, not less gods. It doesn't get less gods going back to Kemet. We get more gods, more religious. It's not getting less. So if you want to find less God, you have to go to theosophy or the devil, satanic movements. And even the satanic movements, unfortunately, they start with God because there's no devil without God. So I don't know what you guys are doing. That's why I try not to associate too much with folks that don't have a God concept. Right? But this is important. And no, I wouldn't be able to answer your question, Danny. That doesn't throw me off, and it doesn't tell me whether it is or not. But if it hasn't been, it's going to be Monday because we got a bunch of them that was made. Some of them went out on Friday, not the ones with the bitters in it. So maybe if you ordered bitters, yours might be coming out this week or something like that. Yeah, I had to get a couple ingredients for my bitters. My bitters, I'm making a large vat. I needed some ingredients. So obviously people are trying to cleanse for the summer. It's a better way to do that. But anyway, another conversation. Listen, no. We're taking to a whole nother level to the point of music as vitamin. I've written it up. I have the first white paper on why music needs to be taken to another level in terms of vitamins. But with the next 3 books coming out, some more of that stuff will be in those books, right? Because it's a 27 book series. Obviously, if you haven't figured that out yet, 27 is the number. 27 is it. So there's 3 more books. But this is the conclusion of the basic, right? 1 through 24. It culminates in 24. The spirit code is done. The first 24 books is the creation of the spirit code. That's that. Boop. Books 25, 26, and 27 are going to be drastically different. So yes, we have to get into music in terms of nutrition, but music waves energy. Like that's the whole thing with diabetes is we're not getting the breakdown of energy our body needs. Well, there's lots of different types of energy our body needs. Like think about this. What were people doing before the 1900s? Think about that. Vitamins was just discovered in the 1900s. So what was people doing in the 1800s, the 1500s? They didn't know they needed a daily vitamin. They didn't know they needed certain things every day in order for them to be healthy. How many things is it that we need every day that we still don't know yet that we need every day? Or are you guys thinking that the corporate owner, right, John Q, who we consider the white man, right? But even white folks are now disgruntled with the white man. So we need another white man. Like we need this. White is no longer it. It's white folks with us. So yeah, whoever that is, we on him. So white ain't gonna help him. Black ain't gonna help him. And as of the last few years, I think the Middle Eastern folks and the Southern Americans, Central America, but we'll just say the op, right? The head op
right? I think it's just, it's just an opposition to life, for whatever reason. This makes sense. This benefits, like in the song we say, the top 1%, they love it because death is amazing for their budgets. You know what I'm saying? They love it because death is amazing for their budgets. Yeah, think about that. We set the tone. We set the tone. Set the tone. Set the God, set tone. Sound, music. We set the tone. Right? So there is a lot to the whole idea, right? And I'm just that little mental experiment though, so you can see like this whole idea of we got to see you perform the music. Why? Who came up with that? Music is to live to. That's the thing that we're missing. And it started to die. Rap started to kill music. We did that. Ain't nobody to blame for this. Now we want to blame white folks and say they took the instruments out of the schools. Sure, we could put it on them. Only problem with that is, I'm gonna just keep it real. Don't be mad with me, because I said that a lot of times. I must have said that 10 million times. White folks took the instruments out of our schools, and that's why we created rap. And that is almost correct. That is almost correct, except to when you go back and you do the research and you go, who were the mayors and the governors in the urban cities in the 70s? And you go, ooh, these were Democrats. And some of these Democrat crews, sure, there might have been white folks in there in certain positions, but we was in there. Black folks was in them Democrat movements. We was in there. Y'all thought the Democrat movement was the black movement. It was in there. And those are the folks that took the music and all that out of the school. So I grew up and later on I was like, wait, that guy's he's not white. Is he helping? Oh, wait, he's the one who, but where is the white man? No. The white man that set this up. Oh, there's not, it's him, this guy. Well, he looked like he from around the corner. Interesting. So the white man did not. Mental note. These black people are tricky as hell. They told me the white man did it, but it wasn't the white man. Interesting. And these same black folks also told me that this is black music. When you get into the black music industry, I'm like, wait, no. Black folks don't own the technology or the banking institution. So yeah, no, it's not the black. It doesn't matter what we're singing or rapping or dancing. It's not black music because we don't own it. Right? So all of those lovely things, right? But yeah, when they took the instruments out of the schools, we started to do what we needed to do because music is not something that's optional. So we can use the instruments to make it, or we can just do whatever. And we found an electronic way to create music, electric music. That's what rap is. So when people now talk about AI is something else, no, AI is the newest form of electric music. Period. We started with MPCs and the Kais. That was electric. You didn't play instruments to get that piano sound. You didn't play those piano chords. That's electric. It was sampled, stored in the electric data space. It's electric. It's not analog. You don't know how to play a piano. You don't know how to play a guitar. You're not a drummer. Yeah. AI today is just really, really good MP4 from yesterday. That's all. It's an MP4 with a processor on it. So now it's not just a sound bank where it can store the sounds for me to press it or wait for me to arrange the sounds in an order. Now the sound bank can arrange the sounds in its own order that it likes. It's the same. It's just electric. It's not that deep. What do you think we're doing on the internet? It's the same. It is the same. It is the same. You dummies. This is how we stay behind because they give us stupid stuff to argue about. And so while we argue passionately about frivolous shit, they're developing the high-end shit and they get to be the billionaires and the trillionaires of every era. It's very simple. They'll worry about the serious things and give us foolishness to argue about. So we'll argue about AI while we're all on social media
And so I've seen the craziest thing is this guy. I don't know. Somebody sent it to me, but he's got a whole bunch of videos on his page where he's like exposing people for using AI music. And I'm saying to myself, you're exposing people for using AI music on social media. You do realize that social media is run entirely by algorithms. Yeah. Okay, but what is an algorithm? An algorithm is not a thing intrinsic of itself. An algorithm is a thing that is used by AI. So when we say that the YouTube or the social media runs on algorithms, what we're actually saying is that all this shit is AI. Excuse me. So for you folks that don't want to hear AI music, cool. I'm not going to be mad with you. But stop engaging in all the other AI shit. Stop watching YouTube. Because YouTube is all AI. Stop using Instagram and Facebook. Stop going to the supermarket. Stop buying groceries. Because all of the appliances, the groceries, even half the farming to grow the food is on algorithms and AI. What do you think you're doing when you buy your heater or your AC? And now the new ACs have it where you can set the time so it has different things where it can analyze your environment and create a weather pattern based on your history of like, that's AI. It's AI. So when you set your vacuum to do that's AI in there. So stop being stupid. Because see, that mentality makes you the slave. It makes you the person that will always need to purchase the services. It makes you the person that will never create the services that are needed to purchase. So you'll never be in the 1% class, because the 1% class is the class of providers. They provide the things that the 99% use to live their daily days. Their daily days, right? Music originally was for that. Music for God, music for sadness, music for happiness. But what did they do? They replaced your music for everything with drugs for everything. Not even drugs. Let me be more specific. They replaced music with alcohol. So now when you look at the world through entertainment, every different scenario is accompanied by alcohol. If you're arguing and you're stressed out, there's an alcohol to drink for that. If you're watching a game and it's an amazing game, soccer, basketball, whatever, there's an alcohol that you should have while doing that. If you're just chilling and it's dinner, there's an alcohol that you should have for that, right? If somebody just died, you get alcohol. If somebody's just born, right? Baby shower, you should have some alcohol. In fact, we should couple that with tobacco. Make sure you have tobacco with your alcohol. Like, where the hell did we get, like, who came with these things that are just intrinsic parts of the, oh, when you make music, oh yeah, when you make music, you have to have this. No, you don't. Nobody that has a favorite artist of all time, nobody saw that artist in person before they fell in love with that person's music. In fact, your love for the artist is what they take advantage of to get you to buy the ticket and the merchandise at the show. If you don't already love the artist, I can't sell you tickets, especially not no expensive tickets. Why? You don't know who this is or like them. Why would you invest like when you're not going to do that? You have to fall in love with the artist. How do you do that? You got to fall in love with the music. How do you do that? Because the music has to remind you of some part of your real life. And this is where the rap gangster thread came from. The gangster thread is something that we knew intrinsically, but also something that executives that had theological scientific training to understand music from a different space, they knew there was a different purpose. So they need you doing something different. So there are small ranges where they'll let you do what you think you want to do, but you're still operating inside of a paradigm, right? So if you're making music with these types of sounds and these types of subjects, that is very specific. So even if you think there's nobody controlling you because you're a drill artist and you can make whatever type of lyrics you want and say whatever you want and use whatever beats you want, yeah, you can, as long as you stay right there. But if you, as a drill artist, try to make a country song, that's going to be very, very critical. And let you try to step outside that as an artist and say something meaningful in the world. That's going to be, so you're in a box, tight box, right? So ideas are circulated that you think are definite, that the world is based on, is just not. We don't need to ever see a person that does this. There are songs that we've never, before when I was in kindergarten, I fell in love with Red Riding Hood, all those kiddie songs. I never saw no person performing that. I didn't see nobody performing Doggy Doggy Diamond, Step Right Out. There was no main person doing that. I saw my peers doing it a few times, and then I started doing it. Now, whoever knows how to say the song, they could be the one to touch each other's feet at the thing, and we choose who got the team. So you become important. So you want to learn that song, like, oh, learning Doggy Doggy Diamond makes me the person who picks the teams. Nobody ever has to tell you learn Doggy Doggy Diamond. You learn it. Doggy Doggy Diamond, step right out. Not because you're dirty, not because you're clean, just because you get the, and you put your own little piece to it. You might throw your own little, you know what I mean? But the song has a function, it has a thing, and it takes you somewhere. Some of y'all start going somewhere just now when I start doing that. And you done went back to your block for a second. You done thought about a Scalesy top or a baseball. You done went back to your... That's another thing music does, is it controls time, your perception of time, where you are in time. Are you in the past? Are you in the now? Are you in the future? Well, the past is depression. The future is anxiety. The now is health, mental health. So controlling what perception of time your brain is set to is, I'm not going to say a cause of mental health, but it is a contributing factor of mental health. Where are you in space and time? Are you dealing with anxiety, which means you're worrying about future events that haven't happened yet, so they're not real? Or you're stuck worrying about things that have already happened that you can't change. Depression. That's what I'm saying. I can't sit in a video and just even break this down. Like, it's just too much information. Right? And it is cookout day today. Man, we supposed to be having the cookout. You know what I mean? And instead of us focused on our cookout, we over here with this dude here. We focused on Jabari. We over here, we got Jabari sneaking around, right?
Come on, Dave!
Go, Chase!
Come on, Dave!
Chase! Chase! Push it!
Let's go, Dave! Let's go, Dave!
That's that blue magic right there.
Hey, I can't get enough of watching Chase win that race. Because that race right there was Chase and Caleb's not all Americans. They liked it, but they was up against all Americans that day. So they was out there holding their own with the all Americans. Some all Americans look crazy though. They don't even look human. Them kids look crazy. Kids is on steroids now. I got my little vegetable babies out there with these steroid kids. Them kids look crazy. And they telling you what they on. So it ain't no, oh, they bigger than your kids. So you saying they got, no. Go on the internet. They started steroids at 15, 16, 17 now. It's wow. High school kids all on steroids. It's wow. My kids ain't even on steak. So I was super happy. Like, yeah, that's that blue magic right there. Them kids got needles in their booties. Yeah, them kids got needles in their booties. My babies is running on that CMOS. Anyway. And here's another thing that's important. Okay. Each space in the body, right? Oscillation, movement, production, right? So even production, like we know in the body, certain places produce cytokines, hormones, certain things that the body needs other places, right? But that's oscillation. The movement, the production, oscillation. The production of those things and then the traveling of those things, oscillation, movement. The reception of those things, what they cause, oscillation, movement. So everything in the human body goes this way: oscillation, movement, friction, period. Oscillation, movement, and friction govern everything in the human body, right? Oscillation, movement, friction. Change the order, remix the order, whatever the order. This is it right here. Oscillation, movement, friction, right? Friction is two, right? Friction comes with resistance, right? Usually comes with another item. You have to have another thing. You have to have at least two things to have friction, right? If you have a vacuum and there's one thing in it, that one thing will have zero friction. You need at least two items in your space to friction. So oscillating is about movement, and movement is more general, right? So movement is general. Oscillate brings you into pattern based. So you got repeated movements. And then friction brings in other things, other objects, right? This is all your body. Everything works this way. Everything is coming through this lens. Oh, is that why I left my window? My window been closed on the. Anyway, so everything runs this way. Electron transport chain. I mean, the furthest you could get from this is still on this, right? Because the electrons and the protons have to move through the electron transport chain. The resonance, right? Resonance is here. Oscillation space. They're oscillating together. That's resonance. Group oscillation is resonance. I mean, yeah, group oscillation is resonance. Resonance is group oscillation. It's the same thing. If we're moving at the exact same speed, you and I, we are oscillating together. So you and I are in resonance. Well, when you hear a song and you feel it, you're resonating with the music. It's going to bring you all sorts of ideas and energy associated with that. And so, yeah, I shot that and with the, just saying, I like that. So don't think I'm criticizing it. It's just, I know what I like. I know that I came from hell. I know that hell is on earth. It's not an imaginary place. Hell is a lot of places. But I know 158th Street in the Bronx. I know that Lucifer is also from that neighborhood. So while hell, there's lots of neighborhoods. I know that Lucifer himself, when it was unanimous that as a child through the 70s, 80s, and early 90s, that 158th Street in the Bronx was the most dangerous street in all of America. All of America. This is with Chirac included. This is with New Orleans and the gangbanging and all that. When they concluded 70s, 80s, and 90s, that 158th Street is the most dangerous street in all of America. I knew, yes, that Lucifer was also in my neighborhood. I knew that, yes. Same way I grew up in that neighborhood, I knew Lucifer was right around there. I knew he was there. I said, cut this damn video off and go do your birthday new independence cookout. Well, listen, at this time, I'll be honest, it's not much for me to do. You know what I'm saying? Early on the cookout, that's setting up stuff to cook. I don't got to do that. I got Chase. Chase is making them burgers and them fries and all that. And I got Dr. Prager's. I like Dr. Prager's. I don't know if y'all know about Dr. Prager's. I like Dr. Prager's. I feel like a lot of people are just caught in between Impossible and Beyond burgers. I like Dr. Prager's. So maybe we should talk about that really quick before we end the video, about how fake tendernism is. Tendernism is killing people. That meat falling off the bone, that is killing people. That meat that falls off the bone makes cancer. The World Health Organization already co-signed it, broke it down. I did 1,000 videos. There's like 5 July 4ths in a row where I did the don't eat the meat, because it got the aromatic, polyaromatic hydrocarbons in it and all that. Like I went through all that. The hydrocarbon, I done did that a zillion times already. But that tenderism with the meat falling off the bone, all that is a resurgence by Domino Sugar and Domino Sugar's partner companies. Y'all not seeing it. Y'all got to get these books. They're like, EnQi, we don't listen. Go to your supermarket. When you go to your supermarket and look around, ask them if they got packs of Kool-Aid. They're going to tell you they got packs of Kool-Aid again. Packs of Kool-Aid are now $3 for $1 or $2 for $1 again at your store. Why is that? How did Kool-Aid go out of stock, almost out of business, to nobody buying Kool-Aid, to how did Kool-Aid get back? How did Kool-Aid get back? I'll tell you how Kool-Aid got back. Tenderism. You buying them stupid ribs, right? Because you buying them stupid ribs, what's in the rib? What's in the rib, the secret ingredient to all people barbecuing ribs is Domino Sugar. That's all it is. They load it up with sugar. And the spices are there to balance the sugar. So it tricks your brain into thinking it's not that much sugar. So you add a few spicy things to offset the sugar. But the sugar is going to create the caramelization. The sugar is going to help the burning and the charring, the smell even of the meat. Like a lot of that sugar. So you just add a bunch of sugar. And so you get into the sugar thing. And what happens? Well, guess what? It's always going to be a price thing. It's always going to be expensive for cheaper one. So what happens? Well, everybody can't get ribs all the time. So what happens? Somebody makes fake ribs. Somebody makes ribs out of pineapples. Somebody makes a fake rib out of a pineapple to play. Yeah, I'm gonna make some pineapple. We're gonna we're gonna do Kool-Aid. We're gonna do some Kool-Aid. It's gonna just be like ribs, but it's gonna be like, yeah. So now you got you a rib. You got you a little fake little thing that could be snack time and delicious, and all that you could vibe with for less than $1. Same type of energy, right? This got some energy to it though, and it feels lighter. Hold up, we can play more games with these pineapples, right? Kool-Aid. 100% behind that with sugar. And now Kool-Aid is back in shelves. Kool-Aid has had a tremendous year thanks to social media and jackasses. Now Kool-Aid's back in the thing that. And it's crazy because this is the year RFK coming to crack down. Well, guess what? Not only do they have the traditional Kool-Aid with the red number 40 and all that back in the supermarket, just like I said, they also have a new brand of Kool-Aid, which is protein is in it. Electrolytes are in it, and all kinds of other crazy products are in there. I said, oh my God. I said, how do we let these You know what? I'm gonna tell you the thing I like about Dr. Prager. Dr. Prager has variety. And everybody's not on Dr. Prager's. So Dr. Prager's are frequently on sale. See, that's what I also need. I need high quality and low prices, which almost doesn't exist. So I have to wind up shopping for sale stuff. For the people that don't know, let me show you guys what we're talking about. Because we do have some vegans. We do have some people here that are diet conscious, some fitness folks, some vegans, some clean meat eaters, right? So here's Dr. Prager's family. I like Dr. Prager's. They make a whole bunch of different varieties of like healthy type burgers. I hate these California veggie burgers. These are the ones I hate. The California veggie burger is literally their version of like the Morning Star, right? It's actual vegetables. The vegetables aren't really staying together. So it's one of them that you try to cook it and it fall apart like it's one of them. I don't like that. But this perfect burger, I think this is the one I like. Yep, this is the one I like. This perfect burger, I like this. Like for cookouts or stuff like that. Now, we're not going to use a grill. We definitely hit in the air fryer. But 20 grams of protein per burger, right? You're still on your vegan, you know, and it has that whole vibe to it. You know what I'm saying? Like it stays together and it feels like a burger when you make it, and it stays on the bread, like, you know. But yeah, I like Dr. Prager's because they got all, you know, they go heavy with the black beans. You know, get your black bean and quinoa on if that's what you're trying to do. But yeah, I like Dr. Prager's. Kool-Aid is back because we allowed it. We allow, and some of y'all watching this done ate them dumbass pineapples, but now y'all don't here with me. Y'all ain't gonna admit y'all been out there eating them pineapples. Y'all been eating them pineapples, and y'all better stop eating them dumbass pineapples. I'm telling you now, stop eating them pineapples because the game was cute. Listen, business competition brings out the best sometimes, but sometimes bring out the worst. So it wasn't too long before everybody started selling sugary pineapples, right? It's cheap. I could turn $10 into $40 quick with some sugary pineapples, right? Here's the thing though. Now it's competition. Now everybody got the sugary pineapples. Now what I got to do? Oh, I got to add something to mine, right? So people start adding little this and that to it. You know, now you can get the Hennessy. You know, you can get yours with some Hennessy in it, or you can get yours with some. Game is crazy, right? You can get yours with some THC in there, right? Because 2 + 2 is 4. Vitamin C boosts THC. They're gonna add the little liquid from the disp. All kind of stuff is floating around in the pineapple jars. I'm telling you, stay away from them goddamn pineapple jars. But now that drugs and alcohol is going into the pineapple jars, don't ask me about them pineapple things that and all kinds of foolishness. Because I'm not going to have a dignified answer. Yo, Doc, what you on these pineapples? Yeah, if I'm just on some nigga shit, sure. But I'm not going to think like it's a healthy snack. I'm not going to tell someone, yo, this is a great idea for a healthy snack. I'm watching mad people on TikToks and all that. Healthy snack, Kool-Aid pineapples. No, that's not a healthy snack. That's not a healthy snack. No part of it is healthy. It's not because the pineapple is in it that it's healthy. No, we have to learn. Fruits, vegetables, anything can be turned into something to kill. It doesn't go like that. You know, we got to get it in our mind that crack cocaine is vegan. Heroin is vegan. Do you know that? It's plant-based. It's part of the plant-based lifestyle. Yeah. If you're a drug dealer, that's plant-based lifestyle. If you sell drugs for a living and you raise your kids off of that drug money, yo, y'all definitely plant-based. Forget about it. Yeah. So we got to think. We overthinking words. We're adding stuff and taking away. Plant-based lifestyle. Lifestyle based on plants. Doesn't say lifestyle based on health affirming. It's not lifestyle based on nutrients. It's lifestyle based on plants. Tobacco is a plant. You have a healthy plant-based lifestyle with tobacco if you're a really cigarette smoker. And then the people that smoke cigarettes and cigars and chew that stuff, oh, that's a plant-based lifestyle that's leading to your death and cancer. And they got to put the holes in your neck cheeks and cut your neck off and all you get that thing and all. That's plant-based lifestyle too. All that's plant-based lifestyle. So we got to understand there's a difference, right? That's a super plant-based lifestyle. Yeah, you selling bricks, keys. It's a super plant-based lifestyle. Everything you have, you owe to them plants, right? Cocaine comes from plants. Dope comes from plants. All this stuff comes from plants. Almost every poison you know of comes from a plant. Just like almost every healing nutrient you know comes from a plant. It all comes from plants. Plants are the plant of God and nature, right? Plant. It's the manufacturing place of everything. It's in the plants. So you got to know, just plant-based doesn't mean healthy. Just natural doesn't mean healthy. So just because I have pineapples and that's natural and sugar is natural, so I add sugar to pineapples, it's like, oh, yo, this is a natural treat. Oh, because I take some unhealthy chemicals and add the unhealthy chemicals to the natural. No, this is still some nigga shit. I just got to keep saying that. Yeah, it's still, you know, low quality ice cream or, you know, like a slushie from the store. It tastes delicious right in that moment, but you should not be under the illusion that it's a health promoting item. If it's something that you know it's destroying your body and but you're enjoying it temporarily and you're going to do something to offset it or whatever, that's a healthy way to enjoy our addictions and things that are killing us. That's as healthy a way to enjoy a thing that's killing you as you can get. You know what I'm saying? But to think that the thing killing you is giving you life is insane. And that's where we at right now. It's not giving anyone life except for the golem that we know of as the Kool-Aid Company. That Kool-Aid Company, that golem was almost dead because its lifeblood was cut from it. We stopped buying it. We stopped feeding the currency. It's because we stopped feeding the currency. The banks cut it off. Like, oh, you can't get nothing back from the people. We can't loan you nothing. Dead body. Now what happened? The living. We put life back in that monster. That monster back. Grabbing the high blood pressure folks and the diabetics and the fat people. Oh, the fat people, they getting towed up. I love y'all fat people. I wish I could hug each and every one of y'all and kiss y'all on the forehead. Y'all need it. Yeah, because I was fat, 260. I'll never forget it. I know what it feels like to feel all that on you, to walk in it. I know what it is. I feel it because I know you looking at any advantage. You trying to find any advantage because you eating all kind of madness and you know it's madness. But well, at least I'm going to do this pineapple. But with the pineapple, then it's going to add this or add that. You know what I'm saying? But nah, it's not okay. It is not okay. And the enzymes in the pineapple, they're not helping break down. Like, oh no, because the enzymes in the pineapple gonna break the Kool-Aid. No, it's not. It's not. It may make the chemicals more potent. That is a fact. It's wild right now. Between them ribs and them pineapples. Today, people going to eat billions of them ribs. Billions today. And what's going to be on track is that in the underground, people are going to eat billions of them pineapple strips today. It's hot. They putting them pineapple joints in the fridge. Ooh, pull that pineapple joint out. They got every bad habit you want in there. They putting your drugs, your alcohol, all that's already in the sugar. So everybody bad habit is sugar. They adding everything else that you love, but that's killing you. They putting all that in there and putting the chill to it. Put a little ice in there, put that in the fridge. It's gonna come out amazing in 20 minutes. You taste that? Oh, so good. You sure it got some vitamins in there? Hey! That's what I said. Just drink you a nice, sweet, ridiculous cup of Kool-Aid. Just do that, and then have the pineapples when you want to heal. You know what I mean? Like, no, but that's why it's important. Just different aspects of how we try to attack the information, and then, you know, like for me, showing something like this where you see, okay, boom, Chase is the race, and boom, he's coming from behind, he's a smaller guy and all that. For me, that tells everything. And I'd be super proud of them. I'd be proud of them even when they don't win nothing. Because sometimes to me, just the like trying to get Caleb to the Junior Olympics. That's what I'm on right now, trying to get Caleb to the Junior Olympics. If I just see Caleb race at Junior Olympics, like if he just get whooped out there, I'm super proud. I'm gonna be super proud. I'm gonna go crazy just because of that. Right. So sometimes just making it, because that's a level of comp. That's a level of competition. So just to get there would be dope. You know what I'm saying? Especially like it's not Tony, it's not Chase, it's Caleb. Crazy. Tony and Chase, those were my athletes. And then my man Caleb want to hit the Junior Olympics. So yeah, it's just like the level of science that we're at right now, family. I can't even put into words.
Chase! 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 Push it!
Let's go, Chase! Let's go, Chase!
That's that blue magic right there.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Chase! Let's go, Chase! Let's go, Chase!
A fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black. 99% of these House of Conscious panel niggas quote white and steal black.
So it's cool to steal from me. You one of them. You the worst kind. You the one. You will steal from your peers to quote old dead white men. You're gonna quote old dead white men, steal from your peers, and then you're gonna be out here in these conversations and you're gonna be asking everybody to validate everything they saying with references. But they don't know that, first of all, you don't know the information. Second of all, you're looking to use the references that they're giving you to cover up the fact that you're going to actually steal their innovations and what they built up on top of that surpasses and went beyond whatever those old references from 100, 250, 60, 80, 190 years ago that y'all so obsessed with. It's almost necromancy. It's almost necromancy.
99% of these hearts conscious panel niggas quote white and still black.
Fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black.
Snitching is the same self-hate. A fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black. 99% of these houses conscious panel niggas quote white and still black. The man got rules, I got receipts. A fake ass scholar that quotes white and still black. Let's compare notes.
39% of these houses of conscious panel niggas.
The man says stay in line.
A fake ass scholar and quotes white.
I built my own lane. Now he mad cause I'm driving it. 99% of these houses conscious panel niggas quote white and still black. All your ancestors rolling over in their graves.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white and steals black.
Looking like Killer Mike, eating his way in daily Klondikes. The Democrats gave him that album. 99% of these House of Conscious panel niggas quote white and still black. Fuck that. Fuck you.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white.
Except the most talented, especially you, satanic atheist, dick sucking, wanna be Neil deGrasse, finger in the ass, he pretending to be classy Tyson, pretending to 99% of these House of Conscious panel niggas quote white and still black.
A fake ass scholar that quotes white
and still black.
You wearing woke face. You fake. You a fraud. We see you.
Yeah.
I voted for Trump or trans, my lord. This ain't the DJ Academics making Jay-Z love triangle. It's not my type of America. My type of America. Built from the floor, on your name, on your door. My type of America. No squad work, no handout, just put in work. My type of America. Big dreams, big plans. Your land, my land is land. We learn to love or it's quicksand. We learn to love or it's quicksand. My type of America. Stand on yours, open new roads, kick down doors, cheap snack, petite fat, low cost fried chicken, we need that.
Shoot deployed. Now for DC. Target in sight.
High priced education, high priced medicine. Surrounded by starving rapists, saying let us in. And the rapist don't know he in for a thriller. Surprised the Christian is a killer. Look, my type of America, everybody got a shot. Not everybody take it, that's the part they forgot. Whole lot of talk, few really build. Whole lot of opinions, few got skill. I came from places where the lights stay low. Still found a way, that's all I know. Rich said, keep stacking, I said, keep climbing. Kept a looked over, don't waste time. Different mindset, different route. Some by attention, some by the house. I'd rather own than borrow applause. Build something solid, let them study the walls. Listen, man, different plan, let's just say fuck it. Doctors gave us the diseases we stuck with, and no 1% love it. Death is amazing for they budgets. My type of America. Built from the floor, on your name, on your door. My type of America. Whole squad work, no handout, just put in work. My type of America. Big dream, big plans, your land, my land is land. We learn to love or it's quicksand. We learn to love or it's quicksand. My type of America. Stand on yours, open new roads, kick down doors, cheap snack, petite fat, low cost fried chicken, we need that. High priced education, high priced medicine, surrounded by starving rapists, saying let us in. And the rapists don't know he in for a thriller. Surprised the Christian is a killer. Yeah, my type of America. Ideas worth more than image, where your words still matter, and your word got a witness. Whole lot of noise, we stay focused, while they chase moments, we stayed on purpose. Funny how they laugh when it all began. Now they asking how, like it wasn't the plan. No shortcuts, no rented crowns, just another sunrise. Another round if the door stay closed. Build another entrance if they don't see it. Keep adding to the sentence, cause the scoreboard changes when the work don't stop. And the dream gets bigger than a block. Free lunch, crack sales, sack jail, shut the build on blackmails, whack mails. The gift is a shame. I'm ready to lift up that thing. If they whisper my name, shut the fuck up, Janice. Goddamn, you keep talking and I can't stand it. You don't know what to do with facts. I'm almost 50 out here on a Supermax, looking like Brown in the draft. If you think I'm looking back, once I'm up, kiss my ass. Fuck off with a side order, duck stop, shit cup lost on the loader. So back to the I broke, professional type shift for the promo. Bad hustlers can it's a BOGO. Sad to know, it's the logo. These don't have on them no more. See, my America had no GoPro. Get caught low with no phone. Oh no, if I gotta go, the Undertaker need a big show. Nah, pretty girls easy, like the ones that be on TV. The devil is my buddy, and God still love me in America. Dr. York, stop and port. Then brought 100 PDFs to court. What you thought? It's America. J. Cole fake is the Glover. Drake is the GOAT. Donald is the other. Stop faking. You got millions and I cheddar. How you conscious if you ain't supporting sad letters? All backwards. I'm annoyed. How is AB richer than Floyd? It gets sick. The Jay-Z, whack picnic, big Tigger, the R. Kelly, Fitbit, Ray Daniels, looking like the fakest. Like he ain't really know about Clive Davis. A misogynistic sadist. That's just the latest. Diary of a CEO buster scamming allegedly with Andrew Huberman professionally. Allegedly, fuck America. It's my America. I love America, my America. Not perfect, but worth it. Not perfect, but worth it. God said we deserve it. You can hear your own daughter. This is beyond the surface. It's perfect. My type of America. Built from the flow. On your name, on your door. America. Whole squad work, no handouts. Just put in work. America. Big dream, big plan. Your land, my land, this land. We learn to love or it's quicksand. We learn to love or it's quicksand. America. Stand on yours, open new roads, kick down doors, keep snack, petite fat. Don't cost fried chicken, we need that. High-priced education, high-priced medicine, surrounded by starving rapists saying let us in. The rapists don't know the thriller. Surprise, the Christian is a killer. America, built from the flow. We the better if we all do. America, America.
Knowledge born our law.
They're after me for those debates. Gotta run! You won't catch me!
These recipes all look crazy.
Yeah, and I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like he's been, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to a lot of information that I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Scholar, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooked. Yeah. Politic, Kev, Brian, Amber, on your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lord be snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. I've been nice like nobody else. Right in the fear, look, Paul top shelf. It's nothing new, you can tell me. I live off love, shout out to LV. I believe in God, it's really natchez. 20 years later, we're Philly natchez. 100 packs popping, studying detoxing. Live on YouTube, new books dropping. We yelling, add your game, 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 add your game. Osborne, and for Politica, Kev, I'm your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Z still with us. Mun still with us. Tiff still with us. Hey, this what consistency get us. Golly, I'm in Robert, Cardi, Hot One. We stylin'. It feel good to see Jamal Allen. Do it, Rashawn. Make me feel like LeBron. Hey, I'm telling you, chat, that's the topic. I see the life fiber optic. Levin has got it. It's real. I give thanks for tuning in. He's soon to win. Make sure you doing him. Oh yeah, make sure you doing him. Make sure you doing him. We yelling out your gang, 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 out your gang. Bars, and what? Yeah, boy. Well, Osborne, M4, Politica, Kev, Ryan, Amber, your speaker. Peyton and Andrew, you know the life. God D, Lord be snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Mark Hill and Jalen's family, friends, they wanna see me make ends. Help me drop a bestseller. Recognized as a trendsetter. Through the stormy weather, still applying pressure. Yeah, blue magic natchez, my bitter natchez, my monthly detox getters. It's about waves we flowing. You already know where we going. Double back 100 packs from the ocean. They potent, Push up, peak, calisthenic couch, 60 and 60, getting busy. We got YouTube in a frenzy with no views. Me and my old crew in syndication, off information, your veterans, veteran. Second season of medicine, time to talk bread again. Boom. Bars, 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 wham, wham. Bars, 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 wham, 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 wham. Osborne, M4, Paul and Tika, get Kev, Ride, Amber. I'ma your speak, Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Long Beach Snipes, on Christ, nobody else is this nice. Say it so good it's almost a vibe. Say it so good it's almost a vibe.
Let's go, man. You already know this for the family, man. Listen, and this is not for the Patreon family. Okay, this is not for the Patreon family. This is not for the book family. This is just a video for the live chat. All right, for the live chat. And I know for a certain fact that I done missed somebody's name, or I got your name, but I just couldn't fit it into a bar. You know what I'm saying? So don't think I forgot about you. You know what I'm saying? If you're not in a bar, Mike, it's not possible for me to miss Mike Carter, right?